Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. Hopefully everything is working properly. I'm just trying to connect my AirPods real fast. Let's see if it worked.
World in general, lower inflation and get real money in the hands of people.
No, it did not work. Hackers. That is super disappointing. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to... pause my TTS system because it's draining my GPU terribly. Let's see. Performance. Yeah, it's getting hit pretty hard right now. Damn. Well. Oh, I don't want to kill it. It's at 283 chunks of 338. Let's just see if it lags or anything. If it lags terribly, then I'll switch it. All right, I'm going to let this play for a second so I can connect my AirPods. 1 second.
That's the biggest benefit, and then no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. All the things he's doing, 10 trillion committed in investment, several trillion already here. All of that is exactly what you do if you want to help the people and build a middle class and a sustainable, thriving country and world, building back our morale and nationalism and the family and God. Trump gets an A+ on all of that, but he needs to get more on message and not say, oh, the left are idiots. They don't know how to manage things. No, the globalists admit that they want a post-industrial world. That's John Kerry said last year, we got to cut off half the farming or people will starve. That's what causes starvation, obviously. And they want to cut the resources off so they can manage and control people. That's why in the Netherlands and in Ireland and in Sri Lanka, all over, they're cutting off massive amounts of the farming, taking some of the best farming land ever and saying, sorry, your cows pass gas, it's bad for the earth. That is deliberate sabotage of the world economy to cause a collapse. Then the banksters can loan us more money.
Not working. That's very frustrating.
Bring in a new cashless society, social credit score. That is the end game plan. And they talk about carbon lockdowns for the earth, where you'll be told when you can leave your house during carbon lockdown.
Sorry. Normal headphones it is, I suppose. Let's try again. Let me give an intro to this. I'm not actually sure what this contains yet. I guess we'll find out. And actually, I think I grabbed this on my new app. I named it Briefcase, by the way. I'll let it play for a second while I pull it up.
You'll be told when you can leave your 15-minute city. This is a very totalitarian hellscape, dystopia, sci-fi vision they have, and Trump is 95%, I would say, in opposition to it, even with his limited understanding. By limited, I mean he's smart about the economy, but doesn't understand it's deliberate. And he goes, oh, they're really dumb. These are the worst ideas I ever heard. Is that why they're all unified, decades getting them in place? Is that why the big banks and corporations are exempt? No, it's feudalism.
Dude, this guy needs help, seriously.
We don't have resources.
All right, let me step back and watch it on here because I'm having trouble with Briefcase, and I don't know why. You know what? I know how to fix it. We'll listen while I work on it. Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson had a conversation, and as you can imagine, it got absolutely psychotic. Tucker Carlson pretended to be opposed to the man, but it was painfully obvious that he was actually in favor of the man the whole time. Alex Jones ostensibly actually was opposed to the man at one point, but is now the lickiest bootlicker you can possibly imagine. Let's listen.
Alex Jones, ladies and gentlemen, really glad to have you back.
It's always great to be with you and your wonderful crew in Florida, but Maine is my favorite. This is truly a little slice of Mayberry.
Mildly demented Mayberry. Thank you.
Mildly demented Mayberry. That checks out. Also, notice his song. Like he's trying to connect with the common man, but doesn't exactly know how.
So what? Everyone's been focused on Israel, Gaza, the huge debate about Israel and the United States, which is great, fine. But we sort of are ignoring other things that are happening here and abroad as we have that debate. And one of the things that seems to be happening that fewer Americans are aware of is the situation in Russia seems to be getting between Russia and Ukraine and the United States.
Yeah, so Tucker Carlson is clear as day a Russian shill. Like, I don't know how anybody could interpret this as anything other than Tucker Carlson is being paid by Russia to run propaganda on their behalf. It's obviously what's happening. And I don't think Alex Jones is being paid by Russia to run propaganda on their behalf. I think it's a little bit different. But by nature of the fact that Alex Jones is right-wing, he naturally has to support the right-wing position, which Tucker Carlson has moved toward support Russia over the years. This is just wild, dude. It's like all of Alex Jones's positions and endorsements and people and everybody all along the line actually won their elections. And we are now living in an Alex Jones hellscape.
States and Europe, NATO, seems to be degrading quickly. Where is that going, do you think?
It's an extreme escalatory phase, 3.5+ years in. As you know, Trump says he's strongly considering giving them long-range Tomahawk cruise missiles.
Who? Not Russia, certainly. That's who we were talking about.
And Russia has said that escalates into direct war, and they're basically calling it World War IV. The CIA.
Okay, yeah. Because World War III already happened, right? It was COVID or something. It was a silent war. Is that what you're trying to say? Oh my God, dude. These people are so fucking stupid. The World War III that they were predicting all their lives that never happened. I'm sorry, let me rephrase. The World War III they've been predicting all their lives never happened. So now they're just pretending it did and just claiming that World War III happened. Come on, people. Sorry.
That escalates into direct war, and they're basically calling it World War IV. The CIA called the Cold War World War III. So we are really in with all the ingredients we have with China, the North Korean troops being in Ukraine, all the different proxy countries involved.
They called the Cold War World War III, but it wasn't a world war. Do you know why they called it a world war? Because nearly everybody in the world was involved, even small countries that wouldn't normally be involved in anything, like Czechoslovakia or whatever, or Eritrea or whatever the fuck. These countries weren't involved, or these countries were involved in World Wars I and or II. He doesn't seem to understand how any of this works.
This really is a new world war. The only question is, will it continue to escalate, which it is now. And in the next phase, we know that NATO has already been caught with Zelensky with Ukraine 2 years ago shooting missiles into Poland. They tried to blame on Russia.
No, I remember that. It's completely made up. That's a bald-faced fucking fabrication. I remember the news story and the right freaking out about it. It was just nonsense all along.
There's been those drones that they claim came out of Russia, but Russia says was basically a setup.
Okay, Eritrea didn't exist yet. That's fair enough. I don't know enough about Eritrea, so I shouldn't talk shit about them unless I know. The point is, everybody was involved in World War II, nearly. And people on the Allies side were known as First Worlders. The people on the Axis side were Second World. And those who were not involved are Third World. That's where those terms come from.
A few months ago, you have Operation Spiderweb 3 months ago with smuggled drones as far as 4,000 miles away from Ukraine in Russia on its coast with Japan, with their Bear bombers being blown up, part of their nuclear triad. So imagine if that happened in America, and imagine if Russia had given Mexico the drones to do it. So all of this is NATO trying to suck the United States directly into full conflict. They've got a 250,000-person army.
Well, I suppose Alex Jones is fully sided with Tucker Carlson and the Russian propagandists. Wow.
Conscription starting up in parts of Europe, a descendant of, quote, peacekeeping force to Ukraine, really calling an invasion force a peacekeeping force. And then now, as I predicted, it was the next move. NATO claims that Russia is going into the zero phase or 0 hour, and that NATO's now putting out propaganda the last 48 hours that Russia has pre-positioned undercover Spetsnaz special forces all over Europe preparing terror attacks.
And okay, first of all, I don't know that that's true. That doesn't sound right, but maybe, I guess. But by default, I'm going to distrust every fucking word out of this guy's mouth because he lies for a living. Everything he says is bullshit. There was supposed to be a shrine here. Why was this marked on my map?
And mass casualty events, and that Russia is preparing to attack Europe proper, which, of course, is completely insane to do that offensively. And so that fits the pattern of the
Like, who even said this? I'm sorry. I don't believe him.
preparation for false flags that will then be blamed on Russia as the pretext to invoke the articles in NATO that brings NATO directly into war. And then if the United States is still part of NATO, that will drag us directly into war with Russia that will quickly escalate into thermonuclear war in every major war.
Oh my God, dude. I thought that Alex Jones wouldn't be able to outdo the conspiracies that were floating out there, but it seems like he's managed to.
And there is. That's why I agree with Elon Musk and Senator Lee that it's time for us to get out of NATO.
Immediately. If you take 3 steps back, so Europe has no reason to fight Russia at all. Europe has every reason to cooperate with Russia, at least on energy, but on a lot of things probably. It refuses. Russia's now formed an alliance, probably permanent, with China. And so, and Ukraine, of course, can't win. They don't have the manpower.
They seem to be doing a fine job so far.
They never could. So if you're
This is so disgusting to me. That Tucker Carlson is such a Russian shill. It's vile. Like, I don't want to denaturalize people. Like, take their, what do you call it, their citizenship away. I don't believe we should be doing that. But if we did, it should start with Tucker, because he's very clearly a Russian traitor, right? Like, he's betraying the country to Russia. Does not get clearer than this.
the war at this point, if you're promoting the war at this point, it seems to me your goal is to destroy Europe. And
Wait, is he saying NATO's goal is to destroy Europe?
think that's kind of always been the goal, to destroy Europe and the United States.
Well, as you stated, it was been the policy in the United States since the 50s, right through Nixon, right through Reagan, right through Herbert Walker Bush, right until just the last 5 years or so, to split China from Russia.
Of course.
And that is a very good policy. And you have China that is actually expanding all over the South China Sea, just cut off 95% of rare earth minerals to the world, including the U.S. Serious act of war, absolutely vital in everything we do. For folks that don't know, nothing works. Cell phones, computers, avionics and aircraft, everything, satellites is based on those. That's another question. How is China allowed to position itself for 95% plus control of rare earth minerals? That's a serious act of war. So their expansion is taking on.
Are you kidding me? China owning most of the rare earth minerals in the world is an act of war. They are worried about the most ridiculous shit. There is shit we should actually be worried about. And they're worried about absurd shit. Like, they're sitting over here worried that China is going to call in the debt that they own of the United States or whatever. That's not a serious concern. You know what we would do if China called in their pretty modest, like, debt ownership? I think they own like $1 trillion last I checked. Maybe it's more. Of our 37 trillion fucking dollars. We would move the decimal place over in our bank account and pay out to China, and now we owe it to ourselves. Saudi Arabia owns like $1 trillion in debt as well. It wouldn't be a big deal if they pulled out. It would be a massive economic upset because it would be a sign that the world is aligning against the dollar, but it wouldn't hurt us for the same reasons that they think. Just an example of one of the many ways in which these people live in another reality. They're complaining about fictitious problems that don't exist, while there are actual real problems out there that they are contributing to or even causing. Absolutely insane.
Islands, the Philippines, taking drilling rigs, off the coast of Vietnam. All that's happening. They just put a communist government, or trying to fully, in South Korea. So China is on the move, and everything should be focused on.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Wait. Let me find out here. They put a communist government in South Korea. Let's see if I can find some info here. 1 second. Hang on. Yeah, here we go. They just put a communist government, or trying to, fully in South Korea, implying China installed a communist regime in South Korea. The reality is almost the exact inverse of what he just said, apparently. The political crisis in South Korea was triggered by conservative President Yoon Suk-yeol, a right-wing anti-communist hardliner who declared martial law on December 3rd, 2024. I remember that. Accusing the opposition of being anti-state forces, claiming there was a North Korean conspiracy against the South Korean government. He was the one using anti-communist rhetoric to justify authoritarian action. Yoon dispatched the military and police forces for the National Assembly to prevent it from convening and reportedly to arrest party leaders. I remember all of that. It was a coup attempt by the far right, and it failed. The National Assembly voted 190-0 to lift martial law, and it was rescinded within about 6 hours. Yoon was impeached. The Constitutional Court unanimously upheld his removal, and he was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years in prison on charges of abuse of power, falsifying documents, and obstructing justice. The subsequent election was won by Lee Jae-myung of the Democratic Party, a center-left liberal Democrat, not a communist. South Korea's Democratic Party is a mainstream center-left party comparable to the liberal democratic parties in other developed nations. There's no communist government. China didn't install anyone. He's literally just echoing propaganda of the guy who tried to do a coup against the government. Just nonsense, all of it.
Them, it is a strategic blunder of biblical proportions to be roped into the Soros-NATO war. But NATO and the EU Unelected Commission has said for years that Europe's demographics and finances are the worst of any first world nation or sector. And so they say their business model is a 20 to 30-year war, conventional with Russia.
Wait, you're saying that somebody said their business model is 30 years war? Who said this? What are you talking about? Where did this come from? Are you just like fabricating this out of nothing? I don't understand.
That they believe will allow them to stay on a war economy and will finally break Russia, and then they will break Russia into 5 parts. That's official EU Commission policy. It's totally
No, it's all made up.
delusional. Russia's outproducing weapons 3-1, has 3 times the troops in the field and only gearing up.
And only gearing up? Russia's only been gearing up for 3 fucking years? Are you kidding me? They're only gearing up against a country, Ukraine, that is like half their size, if not even less. I'm being generous by saying half. And they're moving the war slower than any war in human history, I believe. If they were moving slower, they'd be going backward. That's how slow they're going right now. And you're saying they're gearing up? Jesus Christ.
In the face of that delusional plan, similar to Napoleon's or Hitler's with Operation Barbarossa in 42, Europe is trying to double down again and sucking us in. But when all the real strategists...
Okay, Barbarossa was Hitler's war against the Soviet Union, and it was universally viewed as a massive blunder. Like, it was the stupidest shit that he could have possibly done. Russia was his ally. In fact, a guy basically, like, went across a river, saw Germans invading, went across the river, gets to Stalin to tell him Hitler is invading. And Stalin was so convinced that this guy was full of shit that he had him shot and just went about his business. Because it was like, why the fuck would he do that? That's the dumbest shit imaginable. He is our ally. We've been working with Hitler this whole time. And him attacking the Soviet Union is absolutely absurd to imagine. The the chain of command was cut off because they didn't believe it. And the field marshals, like the generals, basically couldn't communicate with each other and instructed all of their troops to just rush in to attack, like, the German troops. And there was no coordination at all. And it led to pretty much all of them dying brutally because there's no coordination. Nobody knew what was happening or what to do or how to handle it or anything like that. Eventually, Germany, like, kind of pulled their shit together a little bit. And, eventually Germany started mounting a proper offense. And the Soviet Union started pulling together and, giving a proper defense. But it all fell apart almost, I don't know, within a couple of years, I believe, they lost brutally. It was awful. They had to pull out, and it was a big loss for Germany, and it was an embarrassment and everything else. So anyway, that's Barbarossa. And he's saying... He's saying that Europe is trying to invade Russia again, just like in Barbarossa. What?
Napoleon's or Hitler's with Operation Barbarossa in 42.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. One more time. I just want to understand the context here. How is Europe doing an Operation Barbarossa against Russia right now?
Producing weapons 3-1, has 3 times the troops in the field and only gearing up. And so in the face of that delusional plan, similar to Napoleon's or Hitler's with Operation Barbarossa.
He's legit saying he thinks that the EU is trying to invade Russia like Barbarossa. That is fucking insane. I don't think I've ever heard something that fucking insane from Alex Jones. I don't know. I've heard some humdingers. But that is nuts.
42, Europe is trying to double down again and sucking us in. But when all the real strategists and even all their think tanks say this wouldn't work, then the question is, why is the unelected commission and the U.S. neocons and left fully supporting?
Like, this isn't happening and nobody supports an Operation Barbarossa against Russia. What the fuck are you smoking right now? He can't keep things within reasonable guidelines, right? Like, when you tell a lie, it's supposed to be believable. You're supposed to just fudge the truth a little bit. This guy does not believe in that. He believes in, when it comes to lying, he believes in go big or go home, and he did both.
This commitment to total
because they
war.
want to destroy Christian civilization. That's why.
Yeah, because Russia is the heart of Christian civilization, as we know.
That's why they got behind the First and Second World Wars, and it's why the lesson that they taught us in school was that it's dangerous to have a big white Christian country, which is not, actually. And they've systematically tried to destroy those countries.
Yeah, you're living in danger every day. You're in danger, Tucker. It's so dangerous for you to live in the United States or in Russia as a Christian. Oh, you poor dude.
And they've succeeded.
And Russia is a very Christian nation, very pro-Western, and the left hates that.
Like, I give a fuck what these people believe. Why would what could I possibly care about? Why would I give a shit if these people are religious nutcases? Don't shove it on me. That's all I'm asking. In fact, demanding. That's all I'm demanding. You can't shove your shit in my face. And Russia is not doing that right now. I'm sure they're doing it to the people in Russia, but they're not shoving it in my personal face because I don't fucking live there. So I couldn't possibly care less what Russia believes as a country. These people are perpetual victims and completely full of shit.
And so now they exactly, how do they turn over the chessboard when the Hollywood satanic globalist BlackRock elite are failing? Is you kamikaze the Russians and America and Europe into a giant climactic war while the globalists sit back and watch us all kill each other.
That's totally right. I think that's totally right.
It is literally the exact opposite of right. It was lies for how we're like 6 minutes in and it's been nothing but lies the whole time. That is wild, dude.
Right. Why are we participating in it? Why would the U.S. government ever send long-range missiles? Why would basically, if we send those munitions to Ukraine, we're at open war. We've been at war with Russia for 3.5 years.
Yeah, but no one is trying to invade Russia. This is a defensive war that Russia fucking started. Nobody is going into Russia. They're trying to take back Ukrainian territory, and we absolutely should protect Ukraine. We have an agreement. I forget what the name of the agreement was, but if they gave up their nuclear weapons after the Cold War, then we would protect them. That was the agreement. And they did. They gave up their nuclear weapons, and we have protected them since. Well, guess what? Now we have to protect them again. And what are you doing? You're lying and twisting things around. These people deserve to be in NATO because they're peaceful. Ukraine is peaceful. They didn't start a war with Russia. Russia did that. And now they're complaining and crying and bitching about it like they're the fucking victims. Sound familiar?
As you know, but that would just be open war. Why would we go along with that? What is going on?
It's sleepwalking into Armageddon. Well, Europe's demographics and financial system means the unelected EU will collapse in the next few years. It's politically unpopular. So the political reason is they believe a war will keep them in power.
Wait, who? Are you saying that Ukraine started the war? Or is he saying Europe? I may have missed it.
And it's delusional. That's the last refuge of tyrants when they're falling is to take the country to war to try to maintain domestic control. But again, at a spiritual level, it's absolute Satanism. It's absolute
at a spiritual level
death cult, death wish. That if the globalists can't maintain control, they'll just drag us into the grave of history with themselves. And like so many tyrannies, they are going like the elephant graveyard or boneyard to.
He's literally referring to what the left is doing as tyranny. When the U.S. government right now is literally tyrannical right now, executing people in the streets, multiple, not just one. He's saying, I'm the tyrant. It's me. I am the left.
Russia to die.
Why would the U.S. government continue to recognize Zelensky, who's an unelected dictator?
He is not unelected. He was elected. He is not a dictator. What the fuck are you smoking? The claim is that they skipped their last election, and that's true because that's in their constitution. They cannot hold elections during wartime. I think that's kind of a stupid rule, but that is part of their constitution, and Zelensky is broadly loved in Ukraine. So I don't he was elected. I don't know what you're even talking about. It's just made up.
Worked for years to destroy Christianity in Ukraine, which is a Christian country.
He's worked to destroy Christianity in Ukraine.
And has always been. Why would he be invited to the White House this week? I don't understand. When he does not have a Democratic mandate. He's not an elected leader.
Yes, he is. And yes, he does. You're completely full of shit.
He's a murderer. They've sold our weapons to some of the worst terror groups in the world.
Just like made up bullshit. Completely fabricated.
And we're treating him like he's a head of state? Like, why are we doing that?
And just 3 weeks ago, he was back at the White House, and Trump then posted Truth Social. And I love Trump overall, but Trump started doing a 180 from saying we need to get out of this to saying, well, we're out of it, but we'll sell whatever weapons to Europe you want. And I feel like Ukraine's going to win and maybe not just get back its territory, but get more territory, meaning Russia, which is an extremely provocative and escalatory statement to Russia.
Well, do you think maybe it's provocative and escalatory for Russia to say they want to take Ukraine? I mean, there's an aggressor here, right? And these people are trying to pretend there isn't, or some nonsense. What the fuck?
And we know that Putin agreed actually to the framework of what Trump wanted, but Zelensky and NATO have refused. And so we have to ask the calculus of why the president, who's, Mr. Peace Prize, has done a great job helping in 7 other conflicts.
The delusion is fucking wild.
Which I totally support. Why is he suddenly changing course, Tucker? You know him a lot better than I do.
So did you know that before the current...
Okay, we're jumping forward. This is a stupid ad, obviously. Mr. Peace Prize, Donald Trump. Why is Mr. Peace Prize Donald Trump backing off of Russia? That is wild, dude.
Small. We eat a lot. Why the attraction to Zelensky? Why does our foreign policy class or donor class have this fixation on Zelensky? He's a hero. By the way, I've tried to interview him like 20 times. He refuses to interview.
Because he is a hero and because you are a Russian propagandist. That's why he wouldn't want to work with your dumb ass.
With me, but he's everywhere in the United States, basically American at this point. What's the appeal there?
Well, I'm sorry. What are you? He's everywhere in the United States.
I think it's the money laundering appeal and the fact that that's where most of the money laundering's still able to go on since Trump and Doge and Elon shut down a lot of the graft. And
it is wild how these people can just lie and lie and lie nonstop. It is insane to me.
USAID and the EPA and Department of Energy, that clearly that is a place where they can launder money and where they can, go over there and be like rock stars in Kiev and have all the prostitutes and the rest of it. Reportedly, it's Sodom and Gomorrah over there. The women, are just partying while the men, boys, and old men go off to die. It's a very...
Okay, yeah, obviously, right? Because the United States is like so legit and totally safe for women and not made up of pedophiles who are like in the highest ranks of government, right? Is that what you're saying? Of course there's some kind of corruption, but like he's trying to make it out like all of Ukraine is like this or something. Absolute fucking insanity.
Very sick situation and just the height of decadence. We've heard the quote of Marie Antoinette, which they never proved she said it, where they're about to storm the Bastille, the start of the French Revolution. And they say the peasants are all starving. They're begging for grain. They're begging for wheat. And she says, let them eat cake. And then
she never said that. You're kind of butchering it, Alex.
You saw what happened. Well, this is literally let them eat cake while our country's infrastructure falls apart, while millions die from fentanyl, while crime is rampant in the streets. We have all this money being sent over to Ukraine. And look, I don't like sending money to Israel. I'm not anti-Israel in general. I'm not against the existence of Israel. But that sucks all the oxygen out of the room. And all people talk about is the 50,000 dead Gazans in October 7th, where clearly Netanyahu stood down. That should be investigated. But what about the million plus conservatively dead in and around Ukraine? And what about its potential and now probability on the current trajectory of escalation to lead into full world war and nuclear war?
Again, the Ukraine-Russia war has an aggressor, and it was not Ukraine. If Russia stopped fighting the war, Ukraine would also stop defending themselves, first of all. And second, I don't like, what are you talking about? A thermonuclear third world war? Do you know what the word world means? I don't understand. This is a regional war, not a world war.
Trajectory of escalation to lead into full world war and nuclear war. That to me is why it's absolutely the front and center issue. And the TV cameras are all turned on Gaza, which is fine. But the scale of Ukraine and its potential danger is in a whole nother league.
It is.
Dude, I think Tucker fucking hates Israel. I think he's an actual Nazi. Not because he cares about the Gazans. He absolutely doesn't. Just because he fucking hates Jews. That's my understanding.
It is, isn't it? That's my sense. Why is no one saying that?
Well, I mean, I noticed you get called an anti-Semite, which is absolutely preposterous.
You know, he actually is an anti-Semite, like for real, not for pretend, but for real. Like he just fucking hates Jews.
Ridiculous. That's why the Israel lobby, both AIPAC and the ADL, are such jokes now and being.
Well, that's a campaign run out of Israel, which is a foreign country, to slander me and others. I just don't want to go to war with Iran. It's that simple.
No, I don't like Israel. I don't like what they're doing to Gaza. It is a genocide. But Tucker is a fucking Nazi, like an actual Nazi.
But see, you're consistent. You apologize. You bought into the propaganda decades ago. I remember about 15 years ago, you came to see me in Austin. And you were kind of doing your tour of your own, your apology tour that you came up with, which I admire. I made mistakes too and done that. And you said, I'm done. I was lied to about WMDs. You said, hey, Building 7. When we first talked about that, I've really woken up that I was drinking the Kool-Aid and I'm done. And
You were drinking the Kool-Aid on what? On 9/11? Or I couldn't tell what he's talking about. It sounds like he was saying 9/11. I love that Alex Jones claims to have been drinking the Kool-Aid.
consistently for 15 years now or longer have basically the same policies I'm for. And when I'm against Israel pulling us into war with Iran, it's not because I hate Jews. It's because we understand how dangerous it is and how out of control it is and how Netanyahu's wanted this for 20.
Yeah, but you actually do fucking hate Jews. So there's that.
25 years. And
I'm not even convinced that's the case with Alex Jones specifically, but it's definitely the case with Tucker.
Found Hamas or fund Hamas and all of this, and they just put Al-Qaeda in charge of Syria. So again, and you're also not being anti-Ukrainian or anti,
Well, I feel so sorry for the Ukrainians.
He is absolutely being anti-Ukrainian and pro-Russian, obviously.
They got completely screwed by the West, as usual.
Exactly. So you're consistent.
So what should the West have done, I'm wondering? Should Democrats have sent weapons to Russia instead? They were sending weapons to Ukraine to defend themselves. Do you think we should have done the opposite? We should have helped Russia take over? Is that what you're saying? What an absolutely fucking insane take.
That you don't want offensive wars with the U.S. involved. And that China is literally saying, prepare for total war and expanding into the Caribbean and trying to take the Panama Canal. We don't want
That's not happening.
war with China either. But if we're tied up in all these wars, we don't have peace through strength. All hands should be on deck for China. Everything should be mobilized for China. Every real analyst knows that. And so you're here with serious policy, serious research, serious background saying we can't be in Netanyahu's sandbox and then blowing up more countries and shipping the refugees.
It's an irrelevant country. It's
irrelevant.
9 million people with no resources. Everyone loves Jerusalem and Bethlehem. That's great. But the country itself means absolutely nothing. It's like Malawi. Why are we spending all of our time talking about this irrelevant country?
That's an interesting take. I think I partly agree, but Jews are targeted throughout the world, so we have to consider that Jews are targeted. However, it should not be an ethno-state, and it is right now. It's an ethno-state. They have created second-class citizens who are not allowed to have all of the rights of other citizens, and that's wrong. I don't like ethno-states.
Bizarre.
And that's why I brought it up is because we need to talk about it, in my view, in the real context that the ultra right wing, that thinks everything's Israel, all roads lead to Israel. I saw you talk about this a few weeks ago. It's sick. It's crazy. It's not a defense of Israel.
No, of course not.
It's a defense of reality. We have to somehow only spend 10% of our time on Israel. Right. I mean, right now, and here I am doing it, but you have to do it. Instead of literally, I think in talk radio and liberal blogosphere and everywhere, I think it's 90% is on Israel right now, and it's sick.
I know.
And I think Netanyahu likes it. He loves being the center of attention.
Of course, and loves feeling hated and, I'm so persecuted and all this stuff. It's
literally Tucker Carlson saying this of all people. But yes, I agree. Tucker and Netanyahu both enjoy the persecution complex entirely too much.
I totally agree with you. And it's also unhealthy. And then, it does get to a place where people become hateful, and that, that's not good for anybody.
Well, if you look at it, the Levant affair and the USS Liberty and some other things, Israel is very capable with different leadership it's had to stage false flags and drag us in. And if you really study 9/11, and at the end of the day,
oh boy, here we go. He's getting into the 9/11 conspiracies.
It was an alliance of Israeli neocons and U.S. neocons that bare minimum used an attack to build a larger attack around it for the Project for the American Century to take us into the Pax Americana War in the Middle East. And that's where we, $10 trillion later, or whatever it is, I think it's 11 trillion or more, are in this.
That's not a theory. I was there. I mean, I shared office space for the Project for New American Century. I worked at the
I was there.
Weekly Standard. So yes, that is just a fact. That happened. I don't
even know what fact he's talking about. But something tells me he's completely full of shit.
If we're reaching the point where people's memories are so bad that counts as a conspiracy theory, then I just give up. Does Wikipedia call that a
Please, yes. I would really appreciate that. Please give up.
Conspiracy theory?
No, but they call it neocons, or if you talk about neocons, that's anti-Semitic. Well, yeah, about half the neocons were Jewish, but the fact is they're crazy warmongers that believe the end justifies the mean. And you want to get further back, Trotsky got kicked out by Stalin, and he ran to Mexico. And Stalin had him hunted down and killed by an assassin with an ice axe. And then all of his top people came to the U.S., became the neocons, and said, we're going to take over the Republican Party, and we're going to go to war with Russia to get back control of what's ours. Because Trotsky was supposed to replace Lenin when he died, but instead he got kicked out. And so it is a fact, historical fact, even the Wall Street Journal 20 years ago wrote about it, that when you look at the Weekly Standard and you look at the neocons, they are literal Trotskyite communists from the Russian derivation that set up a neoconism. And then you had Cheney and Rumsfeld and others that weren't Jewish, but...
So he's saying that this is like a plot from Jewish communists, then?
Were large parts of the neocon system. And so that's why Netanyahu plugged into that so nicely, because he came out of the neocons in the 1970s and 80s.
No, that's all just a fact. That's not.
Do you know that Netanyahu went to high school in Philadelphia?
There's nothing hidden or creepy about saying it.
Yeah, and if the British had come over here with a group of communists and taken over the Republican Party, I'd be against it. My last name's Jones. It's just, it is what it is.
And is Jones Jewish or something? I don't understand.
And it's out of control.
No, I know.
And now people are awake to it, and that's a good thing. And we need to undo any foreign influence. I'm just simply saying that's a big problem, but nothing compared to communist China. But it becomes the biggest problem when the Israel lobby doesn't want the pivot to Asia that's taken us 16 years to do and still hasn't happened. And instead, the same lobbies are involved with Soros and the left allied, the neocons, wanting a war with Russia that empowers China. It is strategically a total disaster. No one even debates that at all the top think tanks, as you know. This is 101, folks.
It's 101, he says. How fucking confusing.
This is absolute total disaster.
Literally.
It's why the dollar's getting weak. It's why BRICS is getting stronger. This is what you do if you want to destroy America. And I agree with Tucker. At the end of the day, it's because the evil forces above this want to destroy the West.
Here's something you may not have known.
Jesus Christ, dude. The conspiracies. I wondered what conspiracies like Alex Jones is going to go for. And I was not disappointed.
First, Second World Wars were that was it. That's not pro-Hitler. I'm anti-Hitler, just for the record. Very anti-Hitler.
I bet.
But the effect was to destroy like the most beautiful civilization ever created by far in history.
Which is white people? Is that what he's trying to communicate?
All history. And this is the final blow. It seems very, very obvious to me, and we should be aware of that as we proceed. When gold crosses 4,000, I don't understand why that's not like front page news. Like, because to me, that maybe, I mean, you're better at this than I am, but that means that the cumulative effect of everything we're discussing has been to destroy the U.S. dollar.
When you read what even all Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, the IMF, the World Bank, the Exim Bank, it's not even debated. They've decided in the last really 3-4 years that they're going to deal with monetary debt worldwide, both corporate, governmental, individual, with inflation. And Trump recognizes that and has said, fine, we'll have inflation with expansion and expansion of goods. And all the economists agree that that will have some pain, but overall will be something that could actually be successful. If you have the leftist UN,
The UN is leftist.
WEF, Great Reset, post-industrial carbon tax plan, you will have stagflation, which is high inflation, but a ongoing recession, depression.
Bro, these people are so full of shit. Oh my God. It's insane how many lies these people tell in the span of like minutes.
Which is the perfect storm of hell on earth. And that is what the UN and the globalists directly want, to create a worldwide serf system of more manageable slaves in their official policies, break down the borders with first world and third world, not to rise up the third world economically, but to lower everybody down to a level. Then the globalists say they'll have small, compact city-states and rural city-states like the Hunger Games, where they have medicine, technology, and everything, and then just basically fly above us, and we're going to be put into a agrarian situation with a much reduced world population. So that's the official Great Reset, post-industrial, Agenda 21, Agenda 2030 policy.
No, it's not. Jesus Christ, dude. The conspiracy theories, the fucking insanity. How does this dude live on a day-to-day basis with all of this insane shit floating around his head?
And there's nothing more frustrating than reading all their policy books and the legislation and the treaties and then seeing it carried out, which is the purposeful planned depopulation of the earth through slow starvation.
No, literally none of this is true.
And resources being restricted and the conflict that comes with when resources are constricted. And then I see Trump massively increasing energy production and then going to Saudi Arabia and having them increase energy production, which hurts U.S. oil production, but helps the world in general lower inflation and get real money in the hands of people. That's the biggest benefit. And then no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, all the things he's doing, 10 trillion committed in investment, several trillion already here.
Dude, I have no idea how this block fits here. I am completely lost. I don't know. I'm giving up on this one. I don't care enough to try to fix this. Confusing as shit.
All of that is exactly what you do if you want to help the people and build a middle class and a sustainable, thriving country and world, building back our morale and nationalism and the family and God. Trump gets an A+ on all of that, but he needs to get more on message and not say, oh, the left are idiots. They don't know how to manage things. No, the globalists admit that they want a post-industrial world. That's John Kerry said last year, we got to cut off half the farming or people will starve. That's what causes starvation, obviously. And they want to cut the resources off so they can manage and control people. That's why in the Netherlands and in Ireland and in Sri Lanka, all over, they're cutting off massive amounts of the farming, taking some of the best farming land ever and saying, sorry.
Who is? The United States? Hang on. I'm trying to fix my thing. I'm sorry. That's better. Sorry. I was getting a lot of frame drops there, but it's fixed. Kind of.
Your cows pass gas, it's bad for the earth.
Looks like it's fixed. I was doing some work on something, so I had to stop it. All right, let's continue.
Farming, taking some of the best farming land ever and saying, sorry, your cows pass gas, it's bad for the earth. That is deliberate sabotage of the world economy to cause a collapse. Then the banksters can loan us more money, bring in a new cashless society, social credit score. That is...
Like, none of the claims that he ever makes actually come true. Not one of them ever does. He's been claiming shit like this for literal years, and none of it came true. I guess it's pretty clear now, right, that nothing is going to change his mind, that he's just going to keep buying it either way, no matter what.
The end game plan. And they talk about carbon lockdowns for the earth, where you'll be told when you can leave your house. During carbon lockdowns, you'll be told when you...
Nonsense. What is wrong with him, dude? He cannot, like, please come back to reality. I'm begging you.
you can leave your 15-minute city. This is a very totalitarian.
15-minute cities, dude. He's still going on about those.
During carbon lockdowns, you'll be told when you can leave your 15-minute city. This is a very totalitarian hellscape, dystopia, sci-fi vision they have, and Trump is 95%, I would say, in opposition to it, even with his limited understanding. By limited, I mean he's smart about the economy, but doesn't understand it's deliberate.
Uh-huh.
And he goes, oh, they're really dumb. These are the worst ideas I ever heard. Is that why they're all unified, decades getting them in place? Is that why the big banks and corporations are exempt? No, it's feudalism. We don't have resources. We don't have rights. They all have the rights.
Now, there is a plan happening right now. Do you want to know what that plan is? I'll tell you. When economies get bad, when people suffer, when things get difficult, when there's no social safety net or there is an insufficient one, when society isn't doing well generally, people look for people to blame. And they tend to move to the far right. You know, Germany was coming out of an absolutely unmatched, insane hyperinflation event. Their money was so worthless, they were going down to the train station with wheelbarrows and filling the wheelbarrows up with like $100 bills that people had dropped because it's so fucking worthless. And when that happens, people look for someone to blame. And in their case, it was Jews who were responsible for the loss in the First World War, and they were responsible for the economic woes and responsible for this and that. People on the right, like the Heritage Foundation, absolutely understand that happens. They absolutely understand that when there's economic pain, people move to the right, and that's fine with them. That's why they're cutting food stamps. That's why they're cutting Social Security and making things worse for everybody generally, because it means they'll be able to take control of things more effectively. And we're now at the culmination of that. We are now at the final product of what those people created, the Heritage Foundation and others. They created a right-wing extremist revolution in the United States by making people's lives harder intentionally. And every last one of them is fucked. I want to see Kevin Roberts in prison. You guys may not know Kevin Roberts. Let me see if I can... Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. One second. I can't find it for some reason. I'm sorry. And I never fixed Clipchimp or Briefcase. I'm sorry. 1 second here. I want to find this. It's important. Got it. Here. This is Kevin Roberts, head of the Heritage Foundation, who is the architect for a lot of this.
Number three, let me speak about the radical left. You and I have both been parts of faculties and faculty senates and understand that the left has taken over our institutions. The reason that they are apoplectic right now, the reason that so many anchors on MSNBC, for example, are losing their minds daily is because our side is winning. And so I come full circle on this.
And again, their side is winning. This is before Donald Trump won. This is July 2024, I believe. Yes. The reason they were winning is because they were intentionally making people's lives more miserable and difficult by cutting like food stamps, by cutting social programs and things like that, to spark unrest, unhappiness. That's why they were quote unquote winning. What the hell happened to my feathered edge just now? I had a sword and I dropped it so I could take a picture of it, and it's now gone.
This response, and just want to encourage you with some substance that we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going to allow it to be bloodless. They're going to have to take me by force. But it looks like they're not going to, or it looks like we're not going to need to go down that route because these people are losing egregiously. He knew what he was doing. He wrote Project 2025 and Project 2026, by the way. Yes, there is a Project 2026. He knew what he was doing. I want him in prison. He was the architect of a lot of this pain and suffering. 39 months. Sorry, dropping this morning. No sweat. No big deal. Hope you feel better. Thanks for coming.
The purest form of economic control. It's the oldest form of government. It's been the most common form of government in world history. And the UN and the globalists say we're bringing back feudalism. Neo-feudalistic capitalism is what they call it.
This is nonsense. Took a shot at capitalism there. I can't help but notice.
But really, it's just slavery. And that's what we're opposing. And that's what the relaunch of the West is about. That's what Elon Musk understands. And that's why this is a do-or-die existential threat to everybody. People should just get on board and get hardcore or be absolute feudal slaves if you're lucky.
How do you get
If you're lucky.
on board?
You understand and you research the Great Reset and you research Larry Fink, now the head of the World Economic Forum.
It's all completely made up.
You realize 3 years ago, the UN made the World Economic Forum co-equal to its governing body and its councils. And you understand, if you actually read their writings, the future isn't human. People are bad. Families are bad.
It's just fabricated garbage. Again, there's a real plot out there to make people's lives worse by basically by cutting food stamps and other social programs and things like that to make them suffer more so that they'll be more ready to blame immigrants or whoever the administration points to as the source of the problem, when they are the source of the problem, really. That's the issue here.
We're going to have these AI gods that take over. I mean, it is just the wildest thing that Lex Luthor in a comic book couldn't come up with. This is beyond.
And you didn't that didn't connect dots in your mind? Like, well, maybe I should rethink this. There are too many moving parts, Alex.
Supervillain stuff. This is real super demon stuff. And you have to identify the attack you're under and that it's deliberate. Then you have to mobilize and get good legislators and governors and others elected. Populists are getting elected all over the world. People are really waking up to this. And we have now these attorney generals winning court cases in Texas and other places.
I think it's attorneys general, first of all. Second, this was released fairly recently. I'm wondering why they didn't talk about the Epstein files. Did they say a word about the Epstein files? Probably not, right? Why, I wonder? Couldn't have anything to do with the fact that, like, their friends are in the Epstein files, could it? Could that be connected?
We're BlackRock.
Haven't seen you in months. I used to watch your YouTube vids religiously. He loved the flame crown. Well, thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, it's my TV in the background. Anyway, glad you're here.
Tried to come in and say, we're not going to have any investment in your state if you don't get rid of fossil fuels. And then Texas sued Kim Paxton and said this is racketeering.
This is just complete nonsense. Ken Paxton's a fucking monster.
It's illegal. They won the court cases. It is. Because Larry Fink says this is about control. And we're going to control you. And they control us by managing our money. Well, now a bunch of states are pulling their pension funds from BlackRock. And now Larry Fink is singing a different tune, at least publicly, and they've pulled some of their DEI and some of the ESG stuff, which is the
Bro, like, is he just saying random letters right now? They pulled some of their DEI. What the fuck does that even mean?
corporate governance. When you wonder why, whether you're in Australia, Germany, the U.S., or Canada, it's the same policies, the same programs, the same drag queen story times, the same take a knee during the national anthem.
But it's not the same.
All of
Like,
this.
what are you smoking? This is completely fabricated. Again, like, Republicans have it easy. They just have to make things miserable for people. And that means doing nothing. And doing nothing is pretty straightforward and simple. If they do nothing, if they obstruct, if they make things difficult, people will be more ready to blame minority groups for problems, which radicalizes them and turns them into right-wing extremists. This is a story told throughout history. You can look at any culture and see an example of this happening.
Comes out.
But by the way, it ends badly for the right-wingers at the end of it. It ends badly for the people who did this, who encouraged this, who made this happen. And it's going to end very badly for the far right in the United States, too. Trust me.
Out of them literally trying to demoralize us, because if we have a free, open society, people around the world are going to want that, and you can't have a control group where there's some free, prosperous Western nations, everybody else slaves under BlackRock and the globalists. That's why you've got to take down the West so there's nowhere to run.
I think that's exactly right. You can't have different systems, radically different systems in a globalized world. Can you?
No, and so exactly. So there's a fight between, do you want the 1984 civilization or do you want the 1776 civilization? 1776 isn't going back. It's back to the future. It was the flower of the Renaissance and the great.
I'm sorry, what? 1776 isn't going back. It's back to the future. What the fuck does he even mean by that? Like, half the shit he says is complete nonsense.
1776 isn't going back. It's back to the future. It was the flower of the Renaissance and the greatest expression of hundreds and hundreds of years of the Great Awakening and of the Enlightenment. And so it's a continuation of that. We have to get back.
Dude, I love how he talks about the Great Awakening and the Enlightenment in the literally the like one word after another. The Great Awakening was a right-wing religious movement where people like got obsessed with Jesus, and there have been a few Great Awakenings. One of the Great Awakenings was in the 1850s, I think. One of them was in the early 1700s, and people say we're going through a third Great Awakening right now. The Enlightenment is literally the exact opposite of that. It is giving up the bonds of religion for logic and knowledge and rationality. So which was it? The Great Awakening or the Enlightenment? You're using those words wrong.
And of the Enlightenment and the years of the Great Awakening and of the Enlightenment. And so it's a continuation of that. We have to get back to the future, back to the avant-garde, back to what produces the most freedom, the most wealth. Classical liberalism of Thomas Jefferson. Now, modern liberalism.
Thomas Jefferson was a secularist, some would argue an atheist, and he was an Enlightenment thinker and would not approve of what's happening right now in any way, shape, or form. You have fallen to right-wing populism, which is the result of right-wingers making people's lives fucking miserable and then pointing at a minority to blame. And your dumbass fell for it. Good job. I hope you're proud of yourself for that one.
Liberalism is totalitarian, anti-family, anti-speech, anti-self-defense, anti-private property. Modern liberalism is a totalitarian, death cult, transhumanist, poison to sabotage human civilization. It's a depopulation program.
Like, nobody wants to depopulate the fucking planet, Alex. My God.
1776 is the ultimate, most successful push of humans to produce the very best atmosphere of liberty and freedom and competition and empowerment. The problem is, in the cycle, as you know, hard times make strong men strong.
That's just a fabricated cycle. That's not how anything works. There are way more variables involved in this whole equation than just that. It doesn't even make sense to use that phrase. I know it sounds nice and interesting or whatever, but it really doesn't make any sense actually.
Strong men make good times make weak men make bad times. The problem is that, are we good enough? It was Benjamin Franklin, right? If they finally, years later, after the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, finally got the Bill of Rights done, and he was walking out, and the newspaper reporter said, "Mr. Franklin, do we now finally have our nation?" And he said, "Yes, you have your republic if you can keep it." And he said, and so did Jefferson, he said, you got to have informed, involved, educated people. And Jefferson wrote about this constantly. He said, not just informed about math or Latin, but you got to have people that are farmers. You got to have, people that actually.
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time believing that Jefferson said this, but all right, whatever.
Know how to skin a buck and run a trot line. He said, if you ever get people where they're not physically out there able to run and control their whole lives, the so-called education doesn't matter because they're just educated idiots. So you've got to have that multifacetedness where people have to really, and people think of that as work. No, it's empowering to really try to be what Thomas Jefferson talked about. And then when you go through what Jefferson went through, some of us have gone through similar things now, not to that extent, but close. Then you read Jefferson, you realize we're back in that same time of change and revolution again. It's our revolution. We have the ball. We're selling the best system. We have the proven track record. We're the good guys. And we've got.
He's fucking insane. Again, you're not the good guys. You have not been the good guys literally ever. Jones is a right-wing populist extremist, okay? And now he's got his own thing going on, but he has an identical ideological position to the Nazis. When you have an identical ideological position to the Nazis, maybe rethink your position.
To stand up and make the choices clear, plant our flag and say, this is the hill to die on, and we will win.
We've got a new partner. It's a company called Cowboy.
No, thank you, sir. All right, let's jump forward. I appreciate that he's got a little yellow bar along the bottom so that we know when his ad ends.
.com. Remember, you heard it here first. The way to derail that kind of response, that kind of consciousness, is by creating like total chaos in your country. And the second that happens, the second it's dangerous to drive on I-95 or I-5, then people can't think clearly at all. And they just become purely reactive.
Or have COVID lockdowns.
That literally didn't fucking happen, okay? The U.S. government never imposed lockdowns on people. People were voluntarily choosing to stay home. Some states, not federal government, states chose to have lockdowns and paid people stimulus checks and PPP money and things to stay home to flatten the curve because our hospitals were literally being overrun with dead bodies. Okay? That's not the same as the government forcing people to stay inside. That China actually did do that, and it was disturbing. That did not happen in the United States, not like they're complaining about. This is pure unadulterated delusion. Of course.
Put masks on little kids.
Exactly.
Oh, those poor little kids, they were suffering. Put masks on them. Oh, how awful is that, huh?
And I think you've described the Trump record right. Like, moving in the right direction, flaws, but moving in the right direction. The way to derail all of that is not the midterm elections. It's some kind of civil strife. Do you think that's coming?
Well, Russia was right to lead off with. I didn't know we were going to lead off with, but I think that was the most important thing. We didn't really talk much before this. And the next place I wanted to go was the Podesta plan.
What is the Podesta plan?
Oh, buckle up. Here we go. John Podesta, or Anthony Podesta, his brother, I don't remember which, was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager 10 fucking years ago. Why do we care about some campaign manager of some campaign that existed 10 fucking years ago exactly?
Well, when I talk about this, I get chills because in August of 2020, Breitbart wrote about it, the Daily Caller wrote about it, but the New York Times wrote about it first. And Podesta does this big Democrat Party war game.
Which Podesta? John
Podesta.
Former White House Chief of Staff. Yep.
Absolutely.
Former White House Chief of Staff, Hillary Clinton campaign manager, I believe, as well. Why are you even, why do you give a fuck about this dude? You know why? In all seriousness, looking back on this is fascinating, actually, because back in 2016, I believe, Congress was trying to get Hillary Clinton's emails, her email server. She kept a private email server at her house where she sent her emails from or whatever. And Congress, the Republican Congress, claimed with absolutely no evidence whatsoever that she was sending classified emails from her private email server. There's no reason to believe that. I mean, Donald Trump and Trump Jr. and all of these other people, they all use private emails as well. They are doing exactly what they complained about Hillary Clinton doing. But they used that as an excuse, as a basis to try to get Hillary Clinton's emails. So she had a private email address, like hillaryclinton@gmail.com or whatever it was, and she saved it on her server in her house. And they baselessly claimed that she was sending classified information on that email service. Literally no reason to claim it whatsoever. But they did anyway. And Congress starts this whole investigation to try to get their hands on her emails for literally no reason. A private individual's email who was running for president, and they were trying to get their hands on her emails. And she deleted her emails totally reasonably. They had no right to those. She was a private citizen. There was no basis for it. There was no nothing. She deleted her emails rightfully. And Trump comes out there and says, Russia, if you're listening, I would really appreciate it if you got those emails for us. And guess what? They did. They hacked John Podesta's, her campaign manager, whichever one that was, his email account with a spear phishing attack. Basically, they knew what his email address was, so they sent him... Here, let me show you. I'll show you. They go to apple.com. They hit Control S to save as a web page, single file, save to downloads. And now I open it by double clicking it as a file, and boom, this is Apple's website on my computer. This is not being served from apple.com. This is me. I am providing this to myself right now. I don't know if you guys knew you could do that. So that's what they do. Email is just a website. Like, you can put HTML in emails and it will show up just like this. So what they did is they sent an email to John Podesta that looked identical to Apple, like Apple's sign-in. And instead of having it direct them to Apple's login page, where's the sign-in? I'm not sure where the login button is on this, but you just click login on their website that they created that's identical to Apple. And he typed in his login and hit enter, and it went to Russia's database. And then it redirected him to Apple's website. I think this was actually his Gmail account, not Apple. But the point is, it redirected him to Apple or Gmail's website and prompted him for his login. This time it was real. And he was like, oh, that's kind of weird. I thought I just logged in. Well, it must have just been an error. So he just moved on with his life, not realizing that Russia had just stolen his email address and password. A spear phishing attack is what that's called. And So anyway, they got all of his emails, they downloaded them, and they leaked them through WikiLeaks. Julian Assange leaked them on behalf of Russia. And that's partly why he got in all kinds of trouble, because he was interfering with the elections and stuff by helping Russia, like, leak classified information and things. Because remember, this wasn't Hillary's emails. This is her campaign managers, I think John Podesta. And it had a bunch of stuff from Hillary Clinton in there. And they were talking a lot about, like, getting cheese pizza from Comet Pizza and Ping Pong or whatever it's called. QAnon reads these emails about getting pizza, cheese pizza at Comet Pizza and Ping Pong, and thinks that it's some kind of code word for pedophiles who are taking advantage of children. And that's where Pizzagate started. That's where QAnon started, really. So, stolen emails turns into a massive conspiracy theory about pedophile elites taking control of the government, when in reality it was the exact opposite. Hillary Clinton was not the pedophile elite taking advantage of children. Donald Trump was, as it turns out. I just don't get how Hillary Clinton is viewed as the bad guy here when Donald Trump, like, literally took advantage of children, and we know that for a fact through Jeffrey Epstein's emails and through court cases that were brought against him. It is wild how gullible people are. I believe Roger Stone also received some emails through Guccifer 2.0, which is a Russian hacker. It's been a while since I looked into it, but yeah.
Absolutely. And then later the climate czar for Biden.
So let's step back a little bit. Listen again.
About it, but the New York Times wrote about it first. And Podesta does this big Democrat Party war game.
Which Podesta? John
Podesta.
Former White House Chief of Staff. Yep.
Absolutely.
So, like, they're still talking about this dude who was just a normal guy who had his email stolen by Russia.
And then later the climate czar for Biden, or divvying up the climate money, stealing it. He comes out of this huge report. They published the whole thing. And I'm reading like this, it was like 70 pages or something. And they say, if Trump wins in 2020, this is in August, months before, which they were able to steal it, so he didn't. He said, we're going to have Western states secede. We're going to have blue cities secede, but we'll start with the Western states, California, Oregon, and Washington. And we'll call it over migrants and sanctuary cities and healthcare at first, which they're now doing. I'm getting chills because it's all happening.
I'm getting chills, he says. It is so painfully fucking stupid, dude.
Like you go to a play and you're reading, oh, the next act is this, and Romeo and Juliet. I mean, it's all right there. And they say, if he wins, we will say it's illegitimate. We will have blue states first secede, and that they're going to be sanctuary cities for the.
Wait, is he saying that John Podesta said this? This is completely made up.
Illegals. Then when there's civil unrest, which they'll furnish, Trump will send the National Guard, and then there'll be a massacre of the migrants, and then we will kick off a civil war. Then all the blue cities across the country will secede. Then New York, Massachusetts, and others will secede. And we'll form what we call the Western Alliance. And we will then, the U.S. military will be with us, because they control the generals. People that think that don't think otherwise, that was Trump's big mistake he found out. Most of them are globalists at the top, not your enlisted. They're great people.
The globalists.
And that they would then form a military alliance if Trump didn't stand down, and they would march on D.C. And then they made a movie produced 2 years ago, they released last year, called Civil War, that is the last act of the Podesta plan. That's in a 2+ year civil war, race-based.
Seriously, like, this whole thing is completely made up, and it's painful to watch him pretend that it's the right or the left doing this when it is actually the right doing this. It is pure, unadulterated projection.
The then they go and, the black female sergeant kills the Trumpian figure in the White House. And that's because evil white people are not massacring brown people across the country. So the U.S. military reconvenes under Gavin Newsom's command.
And when this doesn't happen, are you going to admit your mistake? Are you going to admit you were wrong? We know for a fact he doesn't, because we've seen what happens when he's wrong. Like, for example, with Sandy Hook. He was, beyond a shadow of a doubt, unequivocally, without question, wrong. He was wrong. And had to be taken to court to force him to admit he was wrong. And he still didn't admit he was wrong, to my understanding. He just pretended he was right all along and then just stopped talking about it.
Type. And then they come in and then they take over the country, and then they re-educate all the evil right-wingers and evil white people. And then I saw Gavin Newsom on Colbert about 3 weeks ago, and he said, oh, we're forming, and they hold a map up, the Western Alliance, and it's for migrants and healthcare, and we're getting ready to go on offense. And Colbert goes, he does that demon face, he goes, and the
demon face? What, Colbert does a demon face? What are you talking about? I'm just looking, the evil look. I don't know what he's talking about. What demon face?
The whole crowd goes, because they're all read in on this. We have countless videos at rallies in Austin and Denver and New York where the left goes, soon Trump and Homan will kill a bunch of us. And when they do, that's when the uprising begins.
Well, I mean, if they kill a bunch of us, then yeah, there should be an uprising, right? I don't understand what you're even fucking talking about. You're saying people are describing a tyrannical government murdering people wantonly, and those people saying they're going to stand up and defend themselves if the government becomes tyrannical and wantonly kills them. And you're saying that's bad? Suddenly? What happened? That sounds like exactly what you've been fantasizing about for the past 30 years.
So they're all read in on this. They all know it is the Podesta plan. They all know it's the Western Alliance. They all know it's the Western offense. And so you have the Soros NGO-funded No Kings events, like they had on the 14th of June, when the guy that worked for Tampon Tim went around reportedly, killing senators and state reps there at the...
What? Wait, is he talking about the dude who was like a right-wing extremist nutcase who killed the Hortmans? Is he saying that he was on the left and not the right? These people are in another reality, dude. Seriously, like, they don't even try to pretend to be in reality with the rest of us anymore. They've completely given up on that. And I don't even think Alex Jones believes half the shit he says, truthfully.
Went around reportedly, killing senators and state reps there at the state level. He later told the FBI and wrote a letter saying, no, I did this for the Democrats as a false flag.
Yeah, obviously he would say that because he wanted to get out of trouble. You're talking about the Hortman killer. He had a list of Democrats he was going to murder. He was a right-wing Christian nationalist nutcase. We can look at his history and see that. And there's a right-wing shooter who went into an LGBT club and opened fire, and I think he killed somebody, but they ended up incapacitating him before he could get many more. And this kid was, it turns out this kid was like a right-wing nutcase, and his dad is a complete piece of shit. I forget what his name was now. But he claimed that he did what he did because he wanted to, or because he was non-binary or whatever. He claimed to be non-binary, even though he was just a right-wing nutcase, obviously. It's just, they use identity to attack people. It's disgusting.
So that Tim Walz could, play victim. He supposedly had a bunch of accomplices, but they didn't help him. They caught his wife and a bunch of people with passports, guns, and money, fleeing the area. But within 2 hours of the attack, they had his roommate on TV saying, he loved Trump and Alex Jones. Isn't that interesting? It's all very scripted. But my point is, now you have the No Kings this weekend And
Wait, how old is this? This is new, isn't it? Let me see. When did this come out? This came out 4 months ago. I didn't realize it was 4 months old. Okay.
we now have Schumer on Monday, went on MSNBC and said, we need to have a forceful uprising. We need to have a forceful uprising. What's the exact quote? My producer's over there. So this is chilling. And he said he wants to keep the shutdown going at least until next Saturday, the 18th, to get the maximum amount of anger that they can get.
This is complete nonsense, all of it. It's all flat out bald-faced fucking lies.
You have Hakeem Jeffries saying similar things. So they're not even hiding any of this anymore.
Yeah, I was talking about the Colorado Springs guy, I believe. That dude. Whatever his name was. And his dad was a complete piece of shit who was like a failed actor and who'd been on like Judge Judy and shit a bunch, right?
So the idea is to whip their supporters into a frenzy, basically do BLM 5 years later.
Hey, that's my saying. Whip people into a blood frenzy. I say that. Kind of fucked up. They're stealing my thing.
Yes, but on a much wider scale. And so when you have, here, I'll put the actual quote. When you actually have, because I have it posted on my actual Log Jones, when you have these guys openly saying this, I mean, this is as big a deal as it gets. I mean, this is just,
When Senator Chuck Schumer.
Forceful uprising. I want to get it exactly right. Forceful uprising.
Chuck Schumer called for a forceful uprising?
No, he did not. You're so full of shit, dude. Come on.
Forceful uprising because of the indictment of Letitia James on mortgage fraud.
But I mean,
like, even Tucker doesn't believe this. This is just ridiculous trash, honestly.
it sounds like Letitia James committed mortgage fraud.
She did not commit mortgage fraud.
Well, they're only gone after in Virginia so far. New York's, as you know, is even worse. And what's crazy is we have all the public documents. Total fraud, like 4 residences as primary residence.
That's not true. Literally none of this is true. It's completely made up. Donald Trump is going after her for mortgage fraud because she went after him for his actual fraud, obviously. And his fraud indictment or whatever that Trump tried to get against her fell apart.
Residences that she says are single family homes and there's 5 people, 5 apartments in it. I mean, this is serious fraud.
It's really not serious fraud. Even if it was real, it wouldn't be serious fraud. But it's not real anyway.
So everything she accused Trump of doing baselessly, she's now doing, and she's the chief.
Well, that's always the way, Alex, isn't it?
I mean, is that not like connecting for you? These people knew that Donald Trump was a complete sack of shit, a scumbag, a con artist. They knew this about him. He even said it in his own words in 2016. I use these tax cheats in my businesses. That's how I know what they are and who, you know, how to do them and things like that. Trump said that. I don't know if you guys remember that. They knew he was a tax cheat. They knew he was a fraudster. And you're believing him over literal, like, lawyers and things like people who've been in the public service fields their entire lives, and Donald Trump is more believable? Okay.
The total inversion. So everything they've accused Trump of is what they're actually doing. And then she's been caught, and now they're whining. CNN the other day said, well, everybody engages in mortgage fraud. Well, I don't.
Nobody said that. I have no fucking clue what Alex Jones is talking about right now. This is just like completely made up.
No, I don't engage in mortgages and much less fraud. No, but it is always just like when Bill Kristol accused me of backing an ethno state. I was like,
okay, I'm not sure what he's referring to here, but you don't engage in mortgages? Are you saying you just buy your houses outright because you're filthy fucking rich? Is that what he's referring to?
no, but it is always just like when Bill Kristol accused me of backing an ethno state. I was like, no.
God, Tucker's so fucking stupid, dude.
I'm not the one. Bill Kristol accused me of backing an ethno state. I was like, no, I'm not the one who backs the ethno state. So Chuck Schumer saying a forceful uprising is called, he wants a forceful uprising.
He
No, he didn't say that. Jesus fucking Christ, people.
called this weekend for a forceful uprising, close quote, on MSNBC. He goes, we need to have a forceful uprising to this, similar to his, you've reaped the whirlwind thing, you're going to get it. So they're obviously agitating for more violence. You see the governor candidate in Virginia, after the AG candidate, who's been in the lead, said, I want to kill these state reps. I want to kill their children.
Nobody said that.
I want to kill cops. And then the other gubernatorial candidate asked the lady, will you decry him calling for killing members of the legislature and their children by name?
Nobody did that. Jesus fucking Christ. He is shameless in the lies that he is willing to tell.
She said, nope.
Abigail Spanberger.
Yeah.
I think it was a CIA officer at one point.
It's totally insane.
All right, let's find out. Let's get some information. No need to wonder. Just loaded up our question gun. Let's go answer hunting. Let's see here. What was...
of the legislature and their children by name. And she said, nope.
Abigail Spanberger.
Yeah.
I think it was a CIA officer at one point.
It's totally...
listing that she attends... said a gubernatorial candidate refuses to denounce. Let me just see if I can find out here. Hang on. Oh, I remember this. Hold on. Okay. It wasn't Spanberger who made the kill threats. It was Jay Jones, the Democratic nominee for Virginia Attorney General, who was running on the same ticket as Spanberger. Texts from 2022 surfaced in which Jones suggests that one of the top legislative Republicans in the state, former Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert, should be shot in the head. He also, so these are private texts. He also referenced killing Gilbert's 2-year-old and 5-year-old children and compared Gilbert to dictators Pol Pot and Adolf Hitler. The refuses to denounce angle has a grain of truth, but is exaggerated. Spanberger called Jones's comments absolutely abhorrent and said she denounced them when I learned of them. However, she stopped short of calling on Jones to drop out of the race, repeatedly saying it was up to voters to make an individual choice based on this information. That's what Republicans hammered her on, not that she refused to denounce the comments. She did denounce them, but that she wouldn't demand Jones exit the race. Okay, there you go. So it sounds like the right thing happened. People, these were private texts, apparently, of somebody saying something psychotic. And people denounced that and moved on with their lives.
Insane. And she sits there with this bizarre look on her face. I mean, these people are doing this on purpose, and it's called the Podesta Plan. And so I'm sure the Pentagon knows about this. The problem is most of those top generals are globalists. People that don't know, they've been put through all the schools. They don't get promoted unless they're globalists. Most of our generals have been bad since the 90s.
So it's just a deep state conspiracy. Does he not realize that he is the deep state, that he is supporting the deep state, that Donald Trump is the deep state? He certainly realizes that, right? He must.
They teach them at the Army War College. I've read these reports that literally America needs to end. We need to be part of a world government.
You've read these reports. Okay. Where are these reports?
Communism is good.
So let's just narrow it down. If you really believe that widespread civil unrest preparatory to civil war is coming, if Chuck Schumer, one of the senior senators, is calling for it,
but he's not,
then you really need to make sure the military is under control, that it's not politicized, that it's not, that it reports to the president as it's constitutionally mandated to do.
Wait, it can either not be politicized or it can be controlled, or it can be dedicated to the president. They shouldn't be dedicated to the president, obviously. It should be dedicated to the Constitution, right? Though it is actually controlled by the president, technically, their higher authority is the Constitution. But they're trying to get the military to consolidate power for Donald Trump.
Like the military is the key, correct?
Yes, and I loved Hegseth's speech, and that's the right direction. But we need more of that. And a lot of the generals were rolling their eyes, giggling, putting their heads in their hands. And I guarantee you, just go, okay, who's that guy? Look at his record. He's going to be a commie, a leftist.
But wouldn't you, I mean, it would be almost an emergency situation. You would need to make certain that the general officers in your military were loyal to the Constitution.
Exactly. And the left and the corporate media act like if Trump wants prosecutions, he's not supposed to do that. No, he's a chief law enforcement officer. We elected him for that. We elect one man in the general election. You know, all of us have an ability to vote for only one position. And so it's not Trump's right. It's his duty. It's only the president that makes a special oath, not to just protect, preserve, and defend, but protect and defend like the rest of the military do, but to protect and preserve and defend. He's supposed to preserve the republic. So 400 troops to Chicago, 200 to Portland.
They're talking about invading U.S. cities with troops. Fucking evil. And they're justifying it with bullshit accusations of like treason. These people are straight up fucking evil, dude. I'm completely done dealing with these people anymore. You know, I posted this on my community tab last night. You guys remember that Tara Chad who swung at that Nazi? Hold on, let me find it. 1 second. No longer Giga Chad territory. We're talking Tara Chad now. You remember this kid?
We support ICE and law enforcement. I support ICE.
That's crazy, bro.
I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you in the face.
You're gonna punch me?
This hard motherfucker over here.
Yes.
And you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Okay.
Whoa. Chill out, bro. I stand for my beliefs. I'm gonna peacefully stand.
Yeah, oh, I stand for being a Nazi, for supporting murdering innocent people. Wow, you're such a fucking warrior. Good job. Anyway, this hard ass over here in the brown hoodie. Where is he? This hard ass in the brown hoodie here. I posted about him on my community tab. Check it out. Let me show you. Hold on. Actually, let me just hold on 1 second here. 1 second. I just want to pull it up. Wait. Something not quite right here. There we go. Okay. Drop it here and then go to 1 second. Community posts here. Like 10 years ago, there was a debate about whether we should throw milkshakes at Nazis because some poor dumb fool got a milkshake thrown at him, and the right saw it as an opportunity to drive a wedge between people on the left. This kid threw a punch at an ICE supporter the other day, and nobody's even having the debate anymore. Like, the right isn't even bothering to try to seed division on the left anymore because they know it won't work. Believe it or not, I was opposed to throwing milkshakes at the time. I think that's interesting. We are definitely in a different political climate than we were 10 years ago. I find it fascinating how completely different things are today. How it seems pretty obvious to me now that that whole milkshake debate, if you guys remember that all those years ago, was fabricated garbage. It was clearly an attempt to garner sympathy for Nazis. I mean, it was an actual Nazi, I believe, that had a milkshake thrown at him. And there's even a video on my channel still of me condemning that. There's a video on my channel, a live stream I did all those years ago of me condemning the milkshake thing. I think it's on my main channel, if I'm not mistaken. I'm so fascinated by how things have completely flipped, how things are so completely different. We're just in a different world now. Let me see if I can find that video, actually. Let's see. Which channel was it? My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Yeah, I think it was my Fireside channel. Let me just switch. Hold on. I'm just looking it up real fast. It's not in my videos? Is it in my live? It is. No. That's weird. Hang on. I really want to find this now, and I can't find it. Yeah, it is. Yes, I found it. Let's see. It's probably going to be too cringy for me to listen to my own video from all those years ago. Wow, this is hard.
And we are. The letter prepared by GDPR includes. Is it a cult? Is it cult-like? Is the narrative. So when you're dealing with narratives, like Jehovah's Witnesses build narratives. They build stories about things, right? Mormons do it, and all kinds of other religions do this.
This is in my old apartment in West Virginia, I think.
Extremists do this. They'll tell you a story about some bad person. So Jehovah's Witnesses will tell you how awful apostates are. They'll talk about how apostates are mentally diseased. They use those words. We are mentally diseased. And every time you go into a Kingdom Hall and start yelling out, and apostates are mentally diseased. So every time we throw a milkshake at somebody or something like that, you are reinforcing that. The best way to stop that narrative is to do something counter to the narrative that is productive.
Exactly.
Right?
Stopping the cycle of violence.
Yes. It's so very important. Anyway, did you want to get more super chats? Did we have more come through?
Oh yes, we had a few more come through here. So
awesome.
I didn't catch the name on here, but somebody asked, if you could eradicate religion, would you, and how?
If I could eradicate religion. Quick side note, the super chats may disappear after a while, so you might want to write them down. I don't know.
Yep, I have them written down.
Disappear. Okay, sweet.
Anyway. I'm becoming organized here.
Okay. If I could eradicate religion, would I? If I could eradicate it through convincing people that they were wrong, then yes. I feel like if I tried to like ban it or something, then it would backfire horrifically, or the people wouldn't not believe for good reasons. They wouldn't stop believing it for good reasons. Like if I could just pull a cult member out of their life and just remove them from all of it and place them somewhere else, they would still believe it. They would not be living that way, but you have to bring them to that understanding through rational analysis, or it means nothing. So I would say, no, I wouldn't ban it, but if I could convince everybody in the world that they were incorrect, then yes, that would be desirable.
Okay. Icy Wolf says, keep up the good work.
Thanks, Icy Wolf. Appreciate that.
And here's another one that I didn't quite catch the name on, but it was political violence is political violence. It's only a matter of time before milkshakes turn into bricks. Also, UKIP is a center-right party that believes primarily in the freedom of speech.
Okay. All right. I was unclear on what UKIP was. So anyway, maybe I should probably look it up and read more about UKIP actually, because I still don't feel like I know enough about it. But anyway,
British
Bob was that
politics are
person.
always complicated.
They are, like, it's so different from American politics. Like, our right wing and our left wing is just so very different from theirs. Anyway, Bob said that. I appreciate that, Bob. That was $10. Thank you. To respond, I feel like it's a matter of time before milkshakes turn into bricks. I feel like that is a slippery slope fallacy a little bit. I can see where the fear comes from. But instead of going with that argument, I would go with the narrative argument and the political violence is political violence argument, like, bottom line. Like, there is no excuse for violence, period, in my eyes. But yeah, I mean, there is that concern that it could turn into something more dangerous than just milkshakes. I just try to keep that under control,
Right. And I mean, there are people who have progressed further than milkshakes, not necessarily in this exact argument, but it's.
You're right. That's true. There are people who throw acid in people's faces and stuff like that. Not just in the Middle East either. From my understanding, it's happened in the U.S. Not very often, only like once or twice per year or two, but it has happened before. So.
Right. So it's definitely a reasonable concern that it would escalate pretty quickly, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable concern. I just would rather go with other arguments. I'm not saying it's illegitimate. There is some legitimacy to it. I just shoot for other ones.
Right.
Myself.
Also, Cult Baby wants to know what your favorite Star Trek series is.
Oh, by the way, for those of you guys who are watching right now, Cult Baby, met her at Faithless Forum. It was pretty awesome. Actually, it was at the after party. In fact, the clip of me speaking at Faithless Forum on my channel, she's actually in the clip, funny enough. But I think on Thursday, she can clarify in the comments. On Thursday, I believe, we're doing a live stream on her channel where we're doing Star Trek trivia. And so you guys should be there or be square. And you don't want to be square. But yeah, I think my favorite Star Trek series is either The Next Generation or Voyager. I really, it's The Next Generation for sure. Voyager was honestly good. People complain to me about liking Voyager, like how I like Voyager. They're like, that's stupid. But I loved Voyager. It had such great plot points. I don't know. In many ways, I feel like Deep Space Nine was very, it had very spiritual, religious undertones. And I know they were talking about how, society had moved past it and all that other stuff and their justifications for all that. But I just really like Voyager better. And I just really didn't like Deep Space Nine that much. I watched the whole series. Just did not like it much. So I'd say Next Generation in this order, Voyager, and then Deep Space Nine. And that's actually all I've watched. I've never seen the original series, never seen Enterprise. And I understand there's a new one. I haven't seen that one either. Anyway, do you have another one for me?
No more super chats, but we do have a couple just questions that popped up.
Okay.
So this is from earlier. What's your opinion on ancient Egyptian beliefs?
I don't know a whole lot about ancient Egyptian beliefs. In a second, I'm going to get to another article here, but ancient Egyptian beliefs, I don't know a whole lot about them. I know that I had a patron for a while there who By the way, do you know who asked that? I bet it may have been the patron.
I didn't see who asked that. That was a while back. I'm just trying to get questions in as I see them.
Okay, that works.
It's a lot easier to see the names if it's a super chat.
Yeah. That's fine. Ancient religious beliefs. I'm sorry, ancient Egyptian beliefs. I don't know a whole lot about ancient Egyptian beliefs. I had a patron named Nora who was pagan, and she worshipped the Egyptian gods, I believe. She talked to me a little bit about them at the time. It was pretty interesting stuff. I don't really know how anybody believes any of that stuff anymore. There's a YouTuber named Ocean. He was Ocean Keltoy. He was at Faithless Forum. Pretty cool guy. And he's a pagan. But it's really fascinating to listen to him debate theists. He debates theists all the time, even though, like Christians, basically. He debates Christians, even though he's a theist. He's pagan. But the contrast between, lower this microphone. The contrast between a pagan and a Christian is really fascinating to see from an atheist's perspective. So if you guys want to take a look at it, you can check out Ocean on YouTube. Maybe he's got some debates out there. By the way, I just saw another super chat pop up a second ago. I figure I'll just read it real fast. It's Kyle Bell, $5. Born into Jehovah's Witnesses, stopped at 16. I'm 32 now. When you talked about how it affected interactions with others, it really hit close to home. Love your work. I appreciate that. Yeah, it does affect interactions like heavily. It's really, really bad. But I'm glad that you're out. I'm glad that you got your whole life ahead of you still. Like, I think James Randi came out or was outed as gay at like 70 something years old. He lived his whole life in the closet instead of being who he is. That's heartbreaking, you know?
It's heartbreaking to see anybody who can't live their true selves for whatever reason, whether
Be who they are.
Yeah, religious or political or what have you. It's heartbreaking.
It is. It's sad. It's sad as shit. But you know what? Dude is 70 something and he's living it up with his boyfriend now. So who gives a shit now? He's
Okay, backsies. Did I say something stupid? Did I say anything stupid about milkshakes? Wow, I do look young there, don't I? It's crazy. Absolutely crazy how different I look now. Very different. I had contacts back then. Okay, cool. Let's continue with Alex Jones, shall we? Actually, let me give an intro. It's been a while since I gave an intro. This is Alex Jones talking on Tucker Carlson, just propagandizing nonstop. Let's give this a listen. It's crazy.
This is nothing. They're openly waiting to gear up the violence. Then they're going to false flag, I believe, some of the illegal aliens or traditional black college, which I predicted this before. They evacuated the traditional black colleges a month ago.
You said milkshakes are the only drink allowed now as part of the leftist regime. Okay. I don't remember that.
And said, I didn't even know that. Why?
And said Charlie Kirk's supporters are coming to kill you. Then it turned out it was a false flag. They admitted fake calls. That's the left. Because Carville and Podesta and all of them, John Podesta, have said on TV, now that they've gone live with the Podesta plan when Trump was president-elect, and then once he got in, there's hundreds of videos of them all on there saying, Carville, now listen, it's 1776 part 2. I can't really do his voice. Can't do a Louisiana voice, sorry. He said, black people got to be ready. Trump's coming to kill you with Tom Homan. You got to have your guns and be ready.
Who said this? Exactly. He says John Podesta said this. Is that what he said?
The View. We got to be ready to fight and die. They're coming to kill us. On CNN, they'll be sitting there debating, yeah.
I'm sorry. This is just nonsense. Nobody said this. This would probably, very possibly be considered incitement, certainly by the Trump regime, and we absolutely would have heard about it.
Trump's coming with the military to kill black people and Hispanics. Then I think, well, where Could there be a group of Hispanics, an illegal alien demonstration or something, then somebody from a parking garage mows a bunch of them down, blames it on some Trump supporter, or
Right, so he thinks the left is killing immigrants so that they can blame it on the right? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
There's a bunch of black folks by themselves, traditional black college. So I've been saying that for 8-9 months, seeing their programming, how they're saying Trump's going to kill masses of Hispanics. And
well, that's happening, obviously. Like, nobody needs to fake that because that's real. That is really actually happening. They are literally building concentration camps right now.
Blacks, well, where can they do a false flag?
Those and by the way, I don't know how accurate, or all right, I don't know how worried we should be about this, but they're building biohazard incinerators into the concentration camps that they're constructing. They're building incinerators. It's possible they're building incinerators for completely like normal reasons. I'm not discounting that as a possibility. That could be the case. But we know that, you know, they don't always like, but we know that they're not rational, and a lot of the things that they're doing are fucking horrifying. So I'm a little concerned about the fact that they're building incinerators in these concentration camps.
Places and a few others. Then a month ago, they evacuated most of the black colleges for a week, saying Charlie Kirk supporters are coming to kill you, trying to piggyback on that and create this illusion that Trump supporters blamed black people for this. No, we blame, if you believe the official story, some trans supporter cult member. So absolutely.
If you believe the official story, we blamed trans supporters. I'm so confused. Like, there's so many hedges in that. What do I even do with that?
I'm at your point. There needs to be Pentagon mobilization. Trump needs to address the nation on this, talk about the Podesta plan. Any of his crew, I can send it to him, can put a reel together like he did when they said no South African farmers are being killed. He just showed a 5-minute video. It devastated him. I can send them a 10-minute clip of hundreds of clips of top Democrats saying Trump's coming to kill the migrants. He's coming to kill the blacks. We got to rise up. We got to have a civil war.
Please give me a single clip of elected politicians saying this. No elected politician says that we need a civil war on the left. No one is saying we need a civil war on the left. The right has a lot of fucking nutcases saying shit like that. But the left is not saying that. The left is not saying any of this. Like, this is complete nonsense.
Saying Trump's coming to kill the migrants. He's coming to kill the blacks. We got to rise up. We got to have a civil war. And then I can show the quotes from the Podesta plan laying this out. This is the official Democrat Party battle plan.
No, it isn't.
With production movies, $350 million budgets, Civil War, promoting it. Now the new movie, Battle After Battle, with DiCaprio, where it's set in a fictional fantasy land in the U.S. where they have this hot sex and it's so awesome, and they go around with plastic explosives and dynamite machine guns killing ICE officers.
Dude, what the fuck is he talking about right now? Seriously. This is so fucking confusing. They're doing what with dynamite?
All over the U.S. and freeing Hispanics from concentration camps. So Hollywood's not, making its constant Holocaust movies about World War II. They've moved on to the new Holocaust that isn't happening.
But they literally haven't. Is there a movie about somebody freeing immigrants from concentration camps in the United States? I'm sorry, hang on. Hollywood making a movie about the left freeing immigrants from concentration camps with dynamite. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time believing this. No, this is just completely made up. I don't see it, a damn thing about this. 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm just looking here. No, there's nothing like this. This is just made up completely.
Awesome, and they go around with plastic explosives and dynamite machine guns, killing ICE officers all over the U.S. and freeing Hispanics from concentration camps. So Hollywood's not, making its constant Holocaust movies about World War II. They've moved on to the new Holocaust that isn't happening. The first one did, of just Tom Homan just machine gunning Hispanic women. And
I love that Alex Jones felt the need to say the first one did in the presence of Tucker Carlson, because he knows that Tucker Carlson does not actually fully buy into the Holocaust, like the actual one. That's so funny to me. But this is completely made up. This whole thing is completely fabricated. Hollywood is not making anything of the sort.
And raping them in dungeons. I mean, it's like Machete Kills, where there's Don Johnson shooting pregnant Hispanic women in the stomach with deer rifles. Didn't happen, folks, but Hollywood is providing this background right on time for these uprisings there's planning, because
But they're not. They're not providing this background, quote unquote. This is fake.
globalists are losing. This is their last big move, and I'll say it again. The Podesta plan, the Podesta plan, we've got to get the Podesta plan that we're now living in the launch of in front. So Trump's declared Antifa, domestic terrorist, international terrorist. He said they're going after Soros, which I know the DOJ is. That's great. But this is the Democratic Party running it. That's why they say Antifa doesn't exist, because we got documents 10 years ago.
Okay, no one said Antifa doesn't exist. They said Antifa is not an organizational structure. It's an idea. Because that's what it is.
Through Friends of Democracy and Alexander Soros, where they command them in each city, give them orders, where to attack, what to do. It is all 100% specifically road mapped out, open and shut, racketeering, domestic terrorism, send them to prison with the documents we have.
I mean, since it's all happening out in the open, how do you, so once that starts, it's pretty hard to pull back from it. Violence has its own logic, and it makes people totally unreasonable, and it does so generationally, and it's just like the worst thing ever. How do you stop that?
You have all these entitled illegal aliens. You see the videos every day where ICE has to wait outside the state courthouses or jails when they're releasing some guy with, huge rap sheet.
No. He must know that this is a lie, right? These are people that don't have rap sheets, that aren't going to court because they broke the law. They're going to their hearings, their immigration hearings. They were doing the right thing. They were doing what they were supposed to. And they're arresting them anyway. And I imagine the Trump administration probably expected people to see these people coming out of a courtroom and chose to arrest them when they're leaving courtrooms, and that would look really good on them. But everybody knew that they were immigration hearings. Donald Trump's action on immigration is not popular at all. There are periods of time where Donald Trump gets more popular and less popular depending on what's happening at any given moment. The things that he's doing right now are very, very unpopular.
Been deported before, and his wife and baby will be in the car. And then the ICE comes over, like 2 or 3 of them, and says, hey, get out of the car. We know who you are. They go, no, no, no. Then a mob comes over and starts attacking ICE. We've seen these countless videos.
Yeah, but these are innocent people that didn't do anything. The vast majority of people being arrested by ICE are not criminals in any way. They're just normal people who are just living their lives and doing the process legally. And ICE is shipping them out of the country anyway, if they're lucky. In some cases, they're not shipping them out of the country. They're shipping them to concentration camps in the United States or even outside the U.S.
The underdog is ICE. They've got less than 10,000 agents with 20+ million illegals just under.
No, I don't know about that. Let's see if we can find out. The underdog is ICE. I believe ICE is better funded than most militaries in the world, including Israel's, if I'm not mistaken. there are roughly 10,000 officers and agents, or I'm sorry, ICE had about 10,000 officers when Trump took office in 2025. That was a baseline figure. But the number changed dramatically since then. It looks like he hired more than 12,000 new officers, doubled its size in less than a year, from 10,000 to 22,000. So this is 4 months ago. Yeah, he was full of shit. There are also some caveats, around the number, obviously. Some federal workforce databases suggest that while ICE hired over 7,000 new employees recently, more than 1,700 left the agency. So I guess one could say about 10,000, but they're an invading force. They're going into single cities and harassing people nonstop and literally murdering them. And by the way, every one of these people is fucked. Every one of these ICE agents. If they knew what was coming, they would have changed their name and moved to another country by now. Russia, probably. But they just don't realize how completely and totally fucked they are yet, I suppose. That's okay. I don't want them to leave. I want them to stay in the United States so that we can punish them legally when the time comes. I'm hoping that ICE doesn't realize in time and they get stuck in the United States. I'm hoping that's what happens.
Biden here, and to answer your question, the left is so entitled that these illegal aliens aren't illegal alien MS-13 people from El Salvador. No, they're Maryland, man. And so Trump has to address it and explain to people that these illegal aliens, the Islamicists, the left, the Black Lives Matter, the Trantifa, the tranny Antifa, they are all in one big coalition. They all communicate with their rhetoric and their attack plans, and
They do.
all saying that as soon as they have the catalyzing event where a bunch of their people get massacred, it's in movies, it's in the Podesta plan.
Yeah, you massacre a group of people, they're going to fight back, obviously. Are you fucking kidding me with this right now? You think that people aren't going to fight back or that they shouldn't fight back if they are literally fucking massacred? What are you smoking that you think that this would be okay? That this would be like something that we could look past or whatever? I don't understand. Yes, obviously, people are going to be upset if they're massacred.
I've got countless videos. You see them all the time. We're out at the rally. They go, you just wait till Trump kills a bunch of us. And then once we have that pretext, even MSNBC said,
yes, that would be a pretext for civil war. Absolutely. Donald Trump having a bunch of people massacred? Yes. That would be a pretext, 100%. First of all, but literally nobody is saying that. Not one single human being has said, I'm waiting for this pretext so that I can attack like Republicans or some shit. What are they smoking, dude? This is insane.
Constituents want blood. They want a triggering event. I mean, they're just like, once the triggering event comes, you're all dead. We're burning everything down and we're coming to your houses.
What? Who the fuck said this? What are you talking about?
And Antifa and these other groups have targeted lists that have come out of whose houses they're going to. Governors, talk show hosts, everybody.
Complete nonsense. Let me look this one up. Targeted lists. Whose houses they're going to when the massacre Trump is planning starts. Pretext for the left. The targeted lists. Let me just see if I can find some info on this one. Hold on. Where does he come up with this insane shit? This is all completely made up from what I'm seeing. There are no left-wing targeted lists. There's no planned attack. There's no nothing. Literally none of this is true. Not one single thing that he said.
Tucker is on the list. I'm on the list. We've caught him outside my house, folks. Okay, I'm just going to leave it at that. I have.
Well, yeah, but this isn't like some targeted thing. I remember when Tucker was being protested, and some people came and knocked on his door to protest him, and everyone was virtue signaling. Oh, it's virtuous to not do that. You need to protest off in the grass, in the middle of a city where nobody can hear you. It's insane, dude. Absolutely fucking insane, the shit that these people make up.
Stayed at my house in months. It's gotten that bad. I mean, I stay there.
You haven't stayed at your house?
I don't stay at my house anymore. I stay there sometimes. My children don't. Because
Well, why don't you just like live in a gated community? Can you not live in a gated community? Is that not an option for you?
I mean, they're there. It's targeted. And as soon as they kick this off, there are people that are first on the list that they're planning to come get.
It's just nonsense. He's making this up completely. Owen's search history must be fun to read. Yeah. Well, I search for other shit too, other weird shit like about black holes and stuff like that.
Because I'm not trying to, you know this, Tucker, you're smart. When they really launch this, it's not going to be them knocking your door down in D.C. It's going to be a group of meth heads rolling up with Molotov cocktails. And they've got these undercover videos in Austin and Portland and everywhere, hours of them, and it shows inside these warehouses where they give them drugs and money and food and the NGOs, and they're just all in there.
Wait, is he saying NGOs give people drugs? Is that what he's trying to tell us?
Amped up and ready with guns and weapons, and then just as soon as they give them the green light, they are going to just pile in their vans and come to kill.
He is literally describing exactly what the right said that they intend to do to the left. He is describing, for example, the shit that the people who attacked Gretchen Whitmer said. The Boogaloo Boys have said this. And by the way, the Boogaloo Boys sounds like a joke. It's not. It was actually infiltrated by the FBI. They're psychotic. They actually tried to murder a bunch of people and went to federal prison for it for a really long time, like the leader of the Boogaloo Boys did. They're insane. So all of this just completely made up. All of it.
Think of Helter Skelter times 10,000. Think of the Manson family times 10,000. They've got Manson family groups in every major city and most small towns, literally, that would make the cast of Chainsaw Massacre look like choir boys ready to go.
Right.
Just fabricated, insane nonsense. Literally all of this is complete garbage. The left has a Chainsaw Massacre, Manson family, group ready to strike or something. Like, what?
Yeah, of course. I mean, these are the shock troops of whatever, the nihilists, the atheists, of course. That's always the way it works.
The atheists.
I don't see that anything's been done about any of this.
Well, I think Trump is smart, but he's so insulated his whole life, in golf courses and the presidency and all that. He's gone through a lot of hell, but he's insulated, seeing law and order around him, and has no idea what it's like for me personally. I mean,
please, you're having a hard time, right, Alex? Totally. Such a victim, huh? Jeez. Tough life Alex Jones has.
Austin, where I've lived since high school, used to be a beautiful, safe city. Everybody's houses get invaded. Everybody's cars get broken into. Our reporter in March just got executed in the parking lot of his apartments. And I've said 98% chance it'll be a Hispanic gangbanger or black gangbanger, not because I'm being mean to Hispanics or blacks. Well, it turned out I was right on both. Mainstream media said, or legacy media, Jones puts out racist announcement, predicts Jamie White has been killed by some race-based gang of Hispanics.
So this guy got murdered, but the real problem is that you're a racist?
Yes, and then
literally nobody said that. That isn't even, how did you get that out of what he said?
No, the real problem is he got murdered.
Absolutely, and a mile from my office.
And who was it?
Well, it turned out I was right on both counts. So two of them were charged with murder. One.
He's sitting here thinking about which lie he's going to tell next. Is he trying to make up the lies on the spot?
They participated. One is Hispanic, and literally on his Facebook had Mexican flags and La Reconquista. And
Oh, no. Mexican flags. Don't tell me that. That's against the law, as we know, to have a Mexican flag in your bio. Not allowed to do that.
Over America, down with America. The other guy cut a rap song, black guy, about how he killed that Jamie White, that white guy, F him. So they were able to find them off their cell phone data, and they were driving a stolen car when they killed him in the parking lot. But the point was, my reporter was killed, and both the individuals charged with murder won. The police said it's also racially motivated because they both talked about how they love killing that white guy. So we're told there's not these crime waves. We're told this isn't going on.
I mean, there are crime waves all the time, but there is no white genocide, which is what he's implying here.
A lot of that. There's a lot of like, I love to kill white people going on, and it's tolerated and celebrated.
Well, remember what happened with Charlie Kirk? I mean, tens of thousands of leftists just saying, kill his family, kill his wife.
Literally, nobody was saying kill his family or kill his wife. At best, people were saying, I don't give a fuck if he died. And honestly, I understand the sentiment of not giving a fuck if the guy is gone. I don't want human life to end at all, ever. Human life is the most valuable, important, and precious thing on planet Earth. I want Charlie Kirk not to have been a complete piece of shit, but we don't live in that world. So, I'm not going to celebrate his death, but I'm not going to cry when I read his obituary either. I wish Hitler wasn't a piece of shit. I don't wish he was dead. I wish he wasn't a piece of shit. In fact, I wish that he could have spent the rest of his life in prison. Hitler, that is. I don't wish death on Charlie Kirk. I wish he wasn't a piece of shit. But I'm not going to cry when I read the obituary. I'm sorry that upsets you, Alex.
Kill all the Republicans.
Nobody says kill all the Republicans.
And then take this attorney general candidate that's been in the lead, Jones, in Virginia. He said the same thing they keep saying. The same thing people said about Charlie Kirk's wife. Kill her and her kids and her parents because they're all racist.
No, nobody said that. Also, if I'm not mistaken, that Jones guy, he was denounced by pretty much everybody. And it was I think it was like, he said something in private text messages that was questionable. I'm not really sure. I did not keep up with the story, but either way, if he said something wrong, okay, I denounce it. See how simple? Can you do the same on the right? Can you say, I denounce it when Donald Trump encourages stochastic terrorism against people? He's never said those words in his fucking life.
Because
so he's in the kill the whites, as he said.
And, well, he said, kill these legislators, and he said by their names, and kill their kids.
All white legislators.
Yeah, all white.
No. It had nothing to do with white. What are these people smoking, dude? You so desperately want it to be about race. My God. These people do nothing but lie. It's just constant lie after lie after lie from these people. There's got to be some kind of media accountability.
Kill these white people and kill their kids, and then to teach their wife a lesson. So he says, we're literally going to leave your white women.
This guy's running for attorney general.
This is completely made up. And I believe he lost as attorney general, the person they're even talking about. So why the fuck do you even care?
Yes.
And I think he's still getting, 45% of Democrats supporting him.
No, he's not. Nobody supported any of that shit.
And they won't decry him. And the reason I go back...
No, they literally denounced him in his election. This is just a flat-out, bald-faced fucking lie.
That, folks, is we've been so taught, it's totally a lie, that only whites can be tribal. All humans are tribal. And
no, nobody said only whites are tribal.
Because
whites don't seem tribal at all.
I was about to say, since whites have had it bred out of us to not be tribal, we're like a dodo bird. True story dodo birds. They pull up at Galapagos Island. There's this giant bird twice the size of a turkey, huge amounts of meat on it, never had a natural predator. It just walks right up to sailors. They can just whack it on the head with an oar. And within a few years, there were no more dodo birds. Anybody's ever been around a sanctuary that has big fences around deer that have ever been hunted, they just walk right up to you.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same thing. So that's how white Westerners are, is literally like deer being dumped out in northern Canada with wolf packs.
Yeah.
Dude, these people are fucking insane. You're telling me that white people are like deer that have been dumped into wolf packs?
I'm white. I don't feel tribal really at all.
Well, you're completely full of shit. That's all you do is talk shit about immigrants and black people.
Never have thought that way. I mean, in fact, I've sort of tried not to think that way.
That's complete nonsense. So you think that it's bad to be tribal, is what you're saying? These people are so full of shit. Every fucking word out of their mouths.
I think it's, I don't know, bad. It leads to division and war. But yeah, no, they're the only ones who are that way. Everyone else is totally tribal, openly tribal. They're encouraged to be tribal.
Well, that's because in the West, the Renaissance, it was about Christianity and technical skills and what you brought to the table and a meritocracy.
Yeah.
And so Christians are like, hey, we can bring in other groups if it's a meritocracy, which you can do.
Yeah.
And Charlie Kirk, the fake quotes are, black women can't fly planes, they're dumb. Said nothing even close to that.
Yes, he did. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Of course he did. I'll pull it up right now. Here, it's right here. Hold on.
And I'll tell you one more thing that's on my mind tonight, and conservatives everywhere. The idea that people are saying, well, he was an extremist, or he was a racist, or he was a Nazi, or a misogynist, whatever. Charlie Kirk was a mainstream conservative Republican. He had views that are held by tens of millions of people, including more than half the country in the last election.
If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. It begs the question, when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified.
I don't think that. You know what I think? I think that there are a billion studies that show that, for example, here's just one. If you have a black sounding name like Jerome or Tyrone, you are less likely to be hired for a job. There are a billion studies that are, or here's another one. If you're black, you get sentenced to longer sentences for the same crimes than white people. Black people have a harder time making it to the same place in their careers that white people do. It's harder to get there for black people. So what I see is the black community is if I see a black pilot, it means he's more qualified than the white pilots more often than not, because he had to work harder to get there.
And in the spirit of affirmative action, we have Ramon and Cadillac are your two pilots. They've never flown before, but they are black. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
The war on white people continues.
You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. We are.
So the point is, Charlie Kirk was a fucking complete piece of shit and does not deserve our sympathy. He just doesn't. I'm sorry.
No, he said, we don't have a big enough pool of black women trying to be pilots. If we had a big enough pool and enough training, they're great, but you can't lower standards.
Nobody lowered standards to allow a black person to be a pilot. Okay, it's possible that black people are equally as qualified as white people. That is possible. But instead of accepting that, instead of recognizing the fact that people of different skin colors can be just as qualified, he turned it into black people cannot do this job. So if they are there, they are definitely underqualified or unqualified.
That's not black women are dumb and can't fly planes. But that's what they do is they misrepresent.
Are they in the room with us right now, Alex?
Present this, and then they create this existential envy, the globalist trillionaire class, so that while we're all fighting with each other, divide and conquer, they can rule over us. It's that simple. Their big fear is the classic American system of meritocracy. But if you get rid of the meritocracy and just say, we're going to put this guy in who's an illegal alien in, Iowa over a huge school district, And yeah, he doesn't even have a degree of any type. And then when he got busted with guns running from the police, the left came out and rioted and protested and said, we don't care if he doesn't have a degree. We don't.
Like, what are you even talking about? Is this some specific situation you're complaining about right now? I have no idea what he's going on about.
Care if he's a liar. We don't care if he's an illegal alien. We want an illegal alien with a criminal record who doesn't even have a high school degree being our superintendent of schools, one of the biggest school districts in the country. I mean, that they're at war with meritocracy. They're at war with, but there's not a there's meritocracy in the NFL and the NBA and in golf, because in sports is the final frontier they want to get rid of, because people can see it's about the whole world really is a meritocracy.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. The left wants to get rid of sports because it's a meritocracy? I don't understand what the fuck he's going on about right now. I am so fucking lost.
And so there are people of every color and group that can excel, but you've got to actually excel. You get rid of meritocracy, civilization collapses. The modern West has been about meritocracy. And that is the unifier. You can have anything you want. You can be anybody you want, but you've got to be able to execute and perform it.
Once you get rid of that, then you just revert to tribalism.
Absolutely.
Then it's just, I'm promoting my cousin.
Yes.
Or let's have all my friends from, Delhi come here.
And I've got a bigger gang than you, and so we're going to be in charge. And then the gangs squat in the ruins of the once great civilization, just like when the Visigoths and Ostrogoths sacked Rome in 410. And then it all just collapsed and grew into wilderness and a few.
Dude, these people are fucking broken inside with the shit that they fabricate. It's wild. Absolutely fucking wild, dude.
Years, and everybody left it because it was just a big empty tomb.
Yeah, it's the Bombay train station with trees growing out of the windows. Yeah, no, I've seen it a lot around the world, and that can't happen here, but it feels like we're moving toward that very, very quickly. So how do you stop that?
You have to recognize that the Larry Finks and others think they're above the law. They think they're invincible. They've got their big.
It's more than that. I'm sorry. They hate us, actually.
They hate us.
Hatred.
Didn't he literally just get through talking about how there's no tribalism in him? He doesn't believe in tribalism. Didn't he just say that? Jesus Christ, dude. These people are so full of shit. The globalists' mission. What is this chapter marker? The globalists' vision to eliminate Christianity. Are you serious? All right, this one is short. Let's finish this up. And then I'm going to listen to the War on Science, probably.
It's not just neglect. It's not just, I'm in it for the money. Larry Fink could probably have made more money without ESG, actually.
Like, who the fuck is Larry Fink, and why do I care?
Oh, I agree. I was about to say.
So it's not it, but the point of ESG is to destroy the civilization. And what's the point there? It's not just so they can leave in their escape pod. It's because they hate the civilization.
Exactly. In fact, they're suicide bombers. They're economic, cultural suicide bombers. I was about to say, Larry Fink, one time I was flying in a private jet, somebody I was flying with.
Talk about elites.
Over Connecticut. They go, look, there's Larry Fink's giant compound. And you can see the big fences and the thousands of acres and, security guard stations. The point is, he thinks that he can wage war against us and that he's going to be insulated. He's got to be exposed. He's got to be spotlighted.
Of course.
And we've got to let him know that we're going to blame you. So you think you can replace Klaus Schwab because he's so unpopular? Well, you're going to be more unpopular than him. So,
wait, who the fuck is Klaus Schwab, and why do I care? I know who he is. He's involved in the World Economic Forum, if I'm not mistaken, and he's part of a massive conspiracy theory and all that other shit. It's insane, dude. These people are fucking insane.
I totally agree. We have to admit that they're waging war on us, and we have to mobilize.
They're doing it for it's not just to make money. I mean, I think the Sacklers are smart. They probably could have made money doing a lot of things, but instead it was selling poison to Appalachia. And at some point you got to think, well, they knew that, of course. They knew what they were doing. And they had to have taken a certain joy in killing all those people.
Are they smoking?
At the end of the day.
What the hell is happening? Is the place on fire? They're probably referring to, I believe it was Johnson & Johnson, who intentionally, knowingly spread opiates through Huntington, West Virginia and other places to make money off of them, and encouraged doctors to prescribe OxyContin when they knew how heavily addictive it was. It's basically heroin with how intensely addictive it is. And they called people pillbillies when they got addicted. They committed a crime, and they basically face no repercussions for this. Disgusting. But anyway, that's probably what they're referring to here. Just insane. Like, how is this? This is the left doing this? Why are you blaming the left for literally every fucking problem on planet Earth?
In 1917, British intelligence, working with a lot of Russian immigrants to New York, put 100,000 men into Russia and sent Stalin's train of gold in. And they took them years to control the whole country, but they got control of the capital city. And then they just sent out the commissars to the peasants, thought they were being liberated from the czars and feudalism. And instead they said it was 20 times worse. And they just raped and killed and murdered tens of millions of them. And so at the end of the day...
And are you saying that, like, Democrats are responsible for that or something? I don't understand. What are you complaining about right now?
Whatever the deal is with the left, they want to kill Christian farmers. And
I'm so fucking lost. How did we get to Tsarist Russia and move from that to Christian farmers being killed?
They want to kill Christian white farmers. But you saw the UN and
that is true. I spent a long time not wanting to admit to myself that that's true, but then
that is not true in any way.
Just look globally. What is this? Like, what connects everything? It's a hostility to that group. I don't know where that hostility comes from. It's a flawed group. All people are flawed. Every group is flawed. But that's on par, pretty peaceable group. Actually, kind of nice people. Like
white people. Who are you referring to? Christian farmers? This is such a bizarre group to like focus on. I don't understand
why the hatred, and I think it's Christianity.
I don't have a problem with white fucking farmers.
Believe that.
And it's not just kill white Christians. That's the main target. Look at the Rwandan massacre, which the UN actually ran. If you study it, and the Clintons, were there.
Complete fucking bullshit, please. The Rwandan genocide is what he's referring to. The UN orchestrated the Rwandan genocide? Please.
And it was it was a minority of blacks that were Christian. Because they were Christian, they had all the prosperity and were successful. Yeah. And they all got exterminated and wiped out, a couple million of them. And now all over the world, they're pressuring.
Is that true?
No, it's not fucking true. What a disgusting thing to say. There were two tribes in Rwanda, the Hutu and the Tutsi. This is back in 1991 or something. And the British were controlling it as a colony. And they went in and they looked at the Tutsi and the Hutu tribes. And one tribe was kind of tall with paler skin, and the other was short and stocky with darker skin. And the Tutsi were the taller, paler colored people. So the British decided to put them into positions of authority in the British government that it was controlling there in Rwanda, because they looked more like the British people, being tall and thin and, lighter skin or whatever. And the Hutu were terribly oppressed. And the Hutu got fucking sick of it and ended up orchestrating, planning a full-blown genocide against the Tutsi. And they genocided the Tutsi. They killed them. They went door to door with machetes and pistols and told the Tutsi, you can choose to die by the machete, or you can purchase a bullet from me and I will shoot you in the head instead. There were churches there, Christian churches, and the pastors were like bringing the Tutsi into the churches and hiding them. And then locking the doors and setting it on fire and picking the people off as they tried to jump out the windows. It was ugly. And the world stood by for 100 days and watched. They watched it happen. They watched it unfold. It's one of the most horrifying massacres in human history and is rightfully recognized as a genocide by everybody. This is not in question. The Tutsi took advantage of their position of authority and oppressed the Hutu. That's where a lot of the tensions came from in the first place. And there were a lot of there were a lot of Christians around because the British kind of brought Christianity into, Rwanda, and there were Christians on both sides. It had nothing to do with like Christians being attacked or whatever. This is revisionist history. You're just lying. After that, the Tutsi escaped the country, I believe, to the Congo and created a fighting force called the Rwandan Patriot Front and regrouped and swept through Rwanda and regained control and ended the genocide, basically. And ever since then, the Congo has been a battleground between the Tutsi and the Hutu.
Know that there was a religious component?
There was not a religious component to it.
It was the Christians got killed.
No, it had nothing to do with Christians.
I didn't know that.
And the animists did it, yeah, and the UN oversaw it. They put them in the refugee centers.
What?
Oh, yeah.
This is complete nonsense, all of it.
The UN helped murder them all.
So the Tutsis were disproportionately Christian?
Yes, the minority group that was killed was disproportionately Christian.
Yeah, by the Hutus.
Yeah, and the Hutus were animists.
No, that's not true. The Hutus were also Christian, largely.
Why have I never heard that before?
Because it was a lie.
That was what I had guessed on at the time it was going down and covered it, yeah.
That was 31 years ago. I didn't know that.
And then they acted like the Clintons were helping. No, the UN, this actually came out in reports even from the UN, they'd stick them in the refugee emergency center. They'd pull back at night and send in the animists to kill them. And then if some got out, the UN would machine gun them.
So
this is just a lie. It's completely made up.
I knew that there were a lot of Tutsis killed in churches, but I didn't realize that they were killed by non-Christians.
Oh,
they were killed by Christians. Like I said, they put them in churches and then lit them on fire. And they were picking them off as they jumped out.
Yeah, and the larger thing was...
Wow.
The larger thing was these big global corporations...
Blew my mind, Alex Jones.
He knows he's full of shit.
They wanted... I wish it wasn't true. They wanted the rare earth minerals. So they just used... Right. Obviously, the animists never got any of that stuff they stole. Of course. And then the infrastructure all fell apart, just like... getting rid of the white rule of apartheid. Not saying apartheid's good, but now it's 10 times worse. Or Rhodesia, super wealthy. And then they get rid of all the white farmers. Where is it now? Zimbabwe.
Oh my God, dude. They got rid of all of the white farmers in Rhodesia.
Zimbabwe inflation.
Yeah, poorest country in the world. Wow, that is absolutely wild. Why does no one ever... I first understood this began to understand during the Iraq War, where, it's had this massive Christian population, including in the Ba'athist government, in Saddam's government. There are tons of Christians there.
Yep, that's true. Ba'athists were secularists. Saddam Hussein's government was secular.
And then, after 20 years of war, our war, all the Christians are gone. They're dead or they've moved or...
No, please.
Whatever.
Yeah, the Christians are the perpetual victim, right?
Same thing now in Syria.
It's absolutely right. So when I figured that out, I started to think, Assad, I've never met Assad. I don't know him, but I know he's better than Al-Qaeda.
Okay, I don't believe you, first of all. Assad is dead, so it doesn't matter. But Assad massacred his own people. He gassed his own people. He was an evil monster and an ophthalmologist.
Know that he's protecting the Christians. And boy, if you say that, they go completely bonkers. I said that at Fox and they were like...
It's because it's made up.
I mean, I've never been so attacked. I don't know why it would be offensive to people to say, hey, I think we should watch out for the Christians. It's only offensive because their whole goal is to kill the Christians.
It's because it's a bullshit persecution complex.
That's why it's offensive.
Here's the bottom line, and you know this better than I am. For viewers, you need to understand this. This isn't rhetoric. The Western model promotes freedom and justice and property and diversity of ideas and mobility.
Yes.
The globalists want a technocracy, scientific world dictatorship in their own words. Yuval Noah Harari, all of them go.
In our own words, we want a what?
And justice and property and diversity of ideas and mobility.
Yes.
The globalists want a technocracy, scientific world dictatorship in their own words. Yuval Noah Harari, all of them go read their writings, Ray Kurzweil. And so having this model, as I said earlier, having something that's successful and free, no one's going to want what they're selling. So they have to get rid of it. And that's why we have to understand that. And we have to understand that just like South Africa, no, we're not for apartheid, but it was predicted back when they got rid of it, when you had the communists and the Soros left literally coming in. Soros was involved, as you know, setting up communism and haves and have-nots and, you know, nationalizing, you know, everything and doing this, that it's now literal road warrior, hell on earth, everything collapsing. There's only like 40,000 farming families left. They're about to make them hand over the land in the middle of nowhere where their great-great-grandfathers hand-dug wells 400 years ago. Great.
Wait, are you talking about South Africa, where these people literally like stole property and put the black people into ghettos and took control of the government by force? Is that what you're referring to? I don't give a fuck when these people built the wells. It was not their property to build on. And it wasn't 400 years ago when most of these farmers stole this property from people. It was recent. And either way, it's unacceptable. I don't give a fuck.
Great. And then the population exploded because the whites came in and literally built infrastructure. Then Africans from all over Africa and Asia, Indians all flooded there because the evil white people were there. And then South Africa becomes this huge thing buoying all of Africa. And then now you blow that up, it collapses. And now the globalists get the rare earth minerals and stuff. The population gets no infrastructure. They get nothing.
It's just a colony of China at this point. It's a Chinese colony at this point.
Exactly.
What is a Chinese colony?
And then the West and Hillary blows up Gaddafi. As you know, invested everything with the West, came and apologized.
Yeah, NATO, the defensive alliance called NATO, defensive alliance, went and just murdered Gaddafi for no reason.
Well, you know, it wasn't for no reason, but yes, I agree that we shouldn't have been involved in what was going on in Libya. There was a civil war there. That's where Gaddafi was. He was a dictator, an evil dictator. Again, I'm not in favor of war, but like everything these people say is complete garbage. It's wild. The conspiracy theories and lies that they will make up.
For those that know, I mean, Gaddafi, the more you research him, a statesman, he literally lived in
he was a dictator. Don't rehabilitate a sack of shit's reputation like that. What is wrong with you, Alex Jones?
98% of the state money coming in, the oil went to not just his people, Africa. And he was building real infrastructure and had a whole plan to link up with, and they came and killed him. And now all of Africa is collapsing because they blew up the South Point and the North Point. One's Gaddafi, you know, the crazy colonel. The point was he was for the people, and down here was this. And now
Gaddafi was not for the people. He was a monster.
The globalists deliberately blow that up for destabilization.
Yeah, and the population will be moved here into Europe, as it already is being, in Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, of course.
Oh, please.
So, no, I see it so clearly. And the funny thing is, you know, they've been preemptively preparing us for this by doing this whole you're a white supremacist and, you know, you're a racist. And
well, you are, Tucker. He is.
When I first heard that, I never met a white supremacist in my life. I still don't know any, actually. And I don't, there's so few racists in this country, at least.
Like, that's so funny to me because he interviewed Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, one of the most famous self-avowed white supremacists on planet fucking Earth. You're telling me you've never met a white supremacist?
In my life, I still don't know any, actually. And there's so few racists in this country, at least in my time, 50
But
years
what it is
living
they're
here.
labeling you.
What they're doing is they're taking your defenses down.
Mhm.
Exactly. So you can't fight back. And I didn't get that. My first thought was, why do you see everything in racial terms? I didn't grow up thinking of things in racial terms at all, like at all. And they do. And they do because they're targeting a group. I mean, of course. And even now.
And when you're targeting a group, the first thing you do is teach the group they can't defend themselves.
What the fuck are they talking about? I am so fucking lost. And here's that stupid fucking laugh again.
And when you're targeting a group, the first thing you do is teach the group they can't defend themselves. I mean, look at Europe. The cardinal sin, or here, defending yourself if you're white.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Give it a fucking rest. Nobody gives a shit if you defend yourself if you are white.
No, I wonder what that is.
Nick Sortor gets beat up by Antifa, and then he gets arrested in Portland.
Nobody got beaten up by Antifa and then arrested for being beaten up. God, these people are full of shit.
Yeah.
So, but I was interrupting you. That's a really important point, that they label you and demonize you to their constituents so you can be attacked and everything taken away from you. First, you're dehumanized. And then anything they want to do, teach your kids transgenderism, open the borders up, you're automatically, if you stand up for yourself, a white supremacist. But then it causes what you talked about 6 months ago when we were in Florida and spoke, right after your dad had passed, God bless him. And that was, you're really worried about a false flag against Jewish groups or something that'll then be used
Against Jewish groups.
or a real attack to really pass draconian speech restrictions.
Yeah.
And now,
Like, Donald Trump is literally limiting free speech for people on the left. And you're dead fucking silent on that. You're the perpetual victim, aren't you? Jesus Christ, these people.
because everybody's been called white supremacist, because everybody, you know, who stands up for traditional values has been called bad, a lot of them go, well, you know what? I do like Hitler then. And they don't have enough history or context.
Well, that's right.
So they don't.
And they don't have history or context. Yeah, so you're literally defending people who created this meme. Let me find it. Hold on. It's where is it? What did I do with it? It's hold on, I'm looking for it. Here. My God, these people are fascists. A MAGA nutcase leans in. That attitude is what's pushing me to be a fascist. Say what? Might as well. You say I'm a Nazi, so fine, I'll be a Nazi if that makes you happy. It doesn't. I bought this Waffen-SS uniform for Halloween. You'll cry offensive, so maybe I'll just wear it every day. I just hate to do this, he says as he gets a swastika tattoo and shaves his head. I feel bullied, really. That is, they are living out this meme in real time. Oh, you're calling me a fascist? I guess I'll be a fascist. If that makes you happy.
Like, look.
Well, can you just pause on that? That is such a smart point. I just want to say Hitler was a total piece of shit, actually, and destroyed Europe. And why would you ever be for Hitler? I don't really get it, but by the way, we should not have armed Stalin. We were not. That was totally evil.
If you had to say Stalin for total kills of people was worse than Hitler.
Of course, obvious.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the case. Stalin was evil. He was an evil piece of shit. I will give him that. But Hitler had broader ambitions in the world. He was trying to take control of more than just like Germany. Stalin was trying to take control of the Soviet Union. And, you know, he did have broader ambitions, too. They split up Poland, of course, and stuff. So there's that. But, yeah, I'll give you that. Stalin was evil. But I feel like when people say that, like Tucker and Alex Jones here, when they say things like that, I feel like it's running cover for Hitler and trying to make it out like he's not so bad. I mean, this is a Holocaust denial tactic that's existed since the 90s, the 2000s primarily. Actually, no, there was basically like a scholarly debate in the 80s. I forget what it was called, but there was an actual term for this debate where neo-Nazi or crypto-Nazi scholars basically claimed that the Nazi evils weren't any more evil than anybody else or anything else that people did. It wasn't as bad as it was made out to be, basically. And, you know, that was like a little route of Holocaust denialism that we had to fight against back then.
But bottom line, let's just start here. You don't arm Stalin. Okay, period. I mean, I don't care what the calculation is. I'm not sending money or weapons to Joseph Stalin, who's genociding.
We didn't send money or weapons to Stalin. We allied with Stalin and took, you know, part of Germany, and they took the other part. They actually made it to Hitler's bunker before the U.S. did. They took Berlin. There's a famous picture of them putting a communist flag up in Berlin, I believe. Let me see if I can find the picture. Yeah, here you go. This is the famous picture right here. It's owned by Alamy. It shouldn't be, in my opinion, but anyway. Yeah, this is them putting it up over Berlin. And the fact is, like, the Soviet Union was very powerful at the time. In many ways, just as powerful as the United States, if not more so, even. And this, like, delusion that these people are feeding into is fucking unglued from reality, that the United States was giving weapons. I mean, did we? Hang on, let's see. Let me just see if I can find information on this. Wow, they did give money and weapons in June 1941. The U.S. sent the Soviets roughly $11 billion worth of aid, about $180 billion in today's dollars, which included around 400,000 trucks and jeeps, 14,000 aircraft, 7,000 tanks. It wasn't secret or controversial at the time. The Soviets allied with the U.S. and Britain against Nazi Germany, and the Eastern Front was where the vast majority of German military power was being ground down. Interesting. Supporting the Soviets was seen as strategically essential. Every German soldier fighting in Russia was one not fighting in Western Europe. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting.
And that's what Patton said. He wasn't pro-Hitler. He just said
exactly
we should never have armed Stalin.
But just because...
Yeah, Patton was actually, like, during denazification, Patton, I believe it was Patton, basically said Nazi beliefs aren't that bad and that we shouldn't even bother to denazify because they're just normal conservatives. Like, what's the big deal? And it led to Patton resigning in shame.
You shouldn't have ever sent a single dollar to Stalin doesn't mean that Hitler's good. Hitler was a total piece of shit, actually, in my opinion. And whatever he did, he destroyed Europe. He had a lot of help, but he did that. So I don't know why you can't, there's no like space in between. Why do you have to go right from we shouldn't have armed Stalin, which we should not have done, and it's shameful that we did that.
It's really not. Like, it was a strategic effort to oppose Hitler, obviously.
Calls it the good war. A war where you're arming Stalin is not a good war. It's a shameful war that you should repent of.
We should repent of our war against Hitler? Really?
But you don't have to go right to I love Hitler, right?
Well, that's the thing is you have competing totalitarian systems. You have the fascists, you have the communists.
Yeah, how about neither one? Like, what the fuck?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you really read what Hitler himself wrote, it was all about a struggle. And he said, if all the Germans died doing this and failed, they deserve to die. And
he did say that. Yep.
So I just hate that right there. I hate sacrificing your own people, sending boys to go die in the defense of Berlin. You're losing. Why are you sending?
It's more than just boys. At a certain point, it was they had completely run out of people, and it turned into a guerrilla war. Basically, Hitler told the military to go get everybody who was capable of holding a gun. Everybody. 12-year-old girls, all of them. And in defense of Germany. And this is at the very end of the war. There were some girls, like 14 to 16-year-old girls who were at a training camp. And there was an attack, basically. A jet flew over and strafed the camp. And one of the girls, like, broke ranks and ran and ducked and hid for cover or whatever. And the military training officer there who was trying to train the girls, after the strafing ended, lined them up and then shot that girl in the head. And the other 4 girls, like, vomited all over the place after watching their friend get shot in the head like that. It was ugly. After that, Hitler actually instructed his generals to retreat back to, like, Germany, the main area there. And as they came in, scorch the land, light the whole thing on fire, including German land, which would make it non-arable, which would make it impossible to, grow food, just burn all of the farmland all the way through Germany. Because he didn't care about the Germans, he cared about, making it harder on his enemies, and that's it.
Boys to go die. Fuck you. That's sorry.
No, but it was, you're actually learned though. So, and I don't mean the pop anti-Hitler stuff, but the real things. And so that's my issue is people are all black or white. They're all very monochrome. And here's the
says Alex fucking Jones.
Example. Do you want a black widow or a brown recluse to be put in your bed at night?
Neither.
Yes.
But we don't have to. So that's the part that freaks me out. Why would we ever put ourselves in a position where it's arm Stalin, be close allies with Joseph Stalin?
Because there was no other way to defeat Hitler. This is a Holocaust denialist's angle on this. This is the angle that, like, David Irving takes, who is famously a Holocaust denier and a Nazi. Like, in court, he actually sued Deborah Lipstadt famously in, like, 2002 or something for calling him a Holocaust denier. If you guys don't know this story, it's a fascinating one. They made a movie about it called Denial in 2017. And basically, David Irving was the World War II expert from the 60s to the 90s, 80s or 90s. He wrote a book about each of Hitler's inner circle, Göring, Himmler, Goebbels, and then Hitler himself. And as he wrote these books, they were authoritative. They were very well written. He was very engaging, very interesting. But as he wrote them, it became more and more clear that he was actually on Hitler's side through all of it. Like, he made some egregious, insane claims. Like, in his book on Göring, I actually read it without realizing that it was a David Irving book originally. And I had to go through it and find all of the parts that were lies and made up. But his book on Göring claimed that Göring had no idea that the final solution was happening. He just, like, made up lie after lie after lie. He claimed that Himmler was only murdering the Jews because he was afraid of Hitler. And Hitler didn't know that the Holocaust was happening. And he pinned it all on Goebbels. It was all Goebbels' fault. It was all completely made up nonsense. And Deborah Lipstadt was one of the Holocaust experts who uncovered it. And she wrote a book about it in 94 called, I have the book, actually. Let me see. It's called, let me look it up. I'm not looking it up. I'm looking at it in, oh no, Bookforge crashed. Why? It's called, where did I put it? Yeah, Denying the Holocaust by Deborah Lipstadt. This is it. She wrote it in 94, and it basically established that Irving falsified documents and lied and used incorrect translations intentionally to deceive people. And he sued her basically to get her book taken off the market to prevent anybody from calling him a Holocaust denier ever again. And when he was in court, he accidentally called the judge Mein Führer. He accidentally referred to the judge as Mein Führer. Oh my God. The whole courtroom like erupted in laughter. Psychologists were calling like Richard Evans, one of the witnesses, to ask about Freudian slips, and they're doing a study on Freudian slips, and so it was fascinating. Anyway, the point is that David Irving is one of the people who came up with this strategy that Tucker Carlson is using right now to try to make it seem like Stalin was worse than Hitler and that Hitler wasn't such a bad guy and the whole 9 yards. Everything that he's laying out right now was largely fabricated by David Irving,
who murdered tens of millions of Christians.
Who's called Uncle Joe?
Yeah. Or B for Hitler? No. How about no and no? Like what?
Yeah. So David Irving also claimed to be opposed to Hitler until they got his diary in Discovery and went through it in the court case and found a bunch of shit about how great Hitler was. And he was just this fantastic person. And he would sing this Aryan song to his granddaughter on the way to the bank every day and shit. Like, it was wild. This crypto Nazi was pretending to be a normal, legitimate historian this whole time, all through the 70s, 80s, and 90s. It's so disturbing, the whole thing. And if you really want to dig into this subject, you can get a book titled Lying About Hitler by Richard J. Evans, where he goes through the whole court case and talks about, like, they actually had to prove that the Holocaust happened as part of the court case because David Irving claimed that the Holocaust was made up and sued them when they called him a Holocaust denier. So part of their defense was they had to prove the Holocaust happened, and then they had to prove that David Irving knew that it happened. And that meant actually going to the camps in Auschwitz and chiseling parts of the wall off and sending it to a lab to see if there was enough Zyklon B in the walls to kill a human being, because Irving claimed that it was used for delousing, not for killing people. And they did. They chiseled off part of the wall, sent it to a lab, and discovered that, yes, in fact, it is enough to kill a human being. So Irving was lying the entire time, obviously. Anyway, it's a really interesting story, like the whole thing, if you want to read about it. Or just watch the movie, Denial, from 2017. It's on YouTube.
That's the worst and fakest choice in world history.
Would you say fake and gay?
Like, you don't have to participate in that.
Absolutely. So that's the issue is.
And so who's telling me I have to participate in that? 80 years later. Oh, I'll pick around. Okay.
And then it gets worse. You have the ADL that keeps World War II going in our minds and now says white America is Hitler.
Yeah.
Wait, who the fuck said that? I'm sorry. I'm going to look that one up. I don't believe you. Hold on. The ADL says white America is Hitler. Let's see. 1 second here. The Democrats and the colleges and the think tanks and the Anti-Defamation League, they say that white men are Hitler. That's the quote. The ADL never said white America is Hitler. That's a fabrication. It's completely made up. Entirely. There is literally not like a grain of truth to this even.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, that's basically
the people who liberated the camp in our little town, really little town where we're sitting right now. There's a war memorial, and a bunch of guys from this little town died fighting Hitler, which, you know, I'm against Hitler. Okay. But like to then call that country responsible for what Hitler did.
Wait, nobody said that America is responsible for what Hitler did. What are you smoking? Who the fuck said that? You know, I intended to move on to read a book called The War on Science, but this is crazy, dude. I know a lot about World War II, a lot, because I've studied this upside down, backward, and forward to understand the extent of the church's involvement with Hitler. And this subject, like, honestly, it really fascinates me. So I want to listen to a little bit more of this because these people are completely full of shit.
I mean, it's too much. I can't deal with it.
Oh, I mean, I've had like the ADL and stuff calling me a Nazi years ago. And I just sit there and I look at it.
Like, I hesitate to even believe that the ADL called him a Nazi. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble buying it.
You know exactly what they're doing, and it's so cheap. And now they see what it's done. It's blown back on them, where now you've lied so much and demonized so many good people. Now a lot of people think, well, then Hitler must be great. Because if you're calling me Hitler and I'm not, well, then Hitler must be good because they're not educated. And I mean, I can tell you it's a long story, but my dad's dad was in North Africa and flew his 22 missions. And then once they took Italy, he volunteered for another 22 missions, B-17. And then they attacked their base. They got strafed and stuff. And he got a Purple Heart, so luckily couldn't captain. And then his group went up the next week and all got killed. And then finally he stopped volunteering. So they only made you do 22 missions. But he then, as an officer, got put in charge of food trains and, you know, food supply. And he described to my dad, never really told me the stories about all the starving Italians he saw and the death and how it really freaked him out. And then later going into Germany and just dead bodies just from disease and starvation, dead bodies as far as you could see, blackbirds eating people's eyes out, just stuff out of total hell. And that was the reality he saw about World War II.
It was ugly. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Like, human beings are not supposed to experience that shit. War is, as they say, war is war and hell is hell because there are no innocent bystanders in hell.
Then my other grandfather was also the Army Air Corps, and but he, long story short, he didn't see a lot of action because that a technical thing. The plane crashed. He almost died. So he luckily lived because he had problems early on and didn't see a lot of action.
How was World War I a win for anybody?
Well, the British did start that.
Wait, World War I? Is that what he said? World War I. A lot of people don't even know what that was over. Like, what were they fighting over? The answer is World War I and World War II are basically the same war with a break in between. It wasn't really over the Jews exactly in World War I. It was about taking control of Europe. Austria started it, and then Germany continued it by going through Luxembourg and Belgium, the two countries in between France and Germany. I forget what. I think it's Luxembourg and Belgium. Anyway, they went through those and into France and took France. They were like within 40 miles of Paris. Like in World War I. It was just a very, what's the word? It was a very imperialistic, like, take control of as much land as we can kind of thing. And, you know, then they were devastated by the Treaty of Versailles, which resulted from World War I. Their economy was seriously damaged by it. And that pissed off so many Germans, the Treaty of Versailles did, that it led to a right-wing populist uprising within 12 years.
It didn't see a lot of action.
How was World War I a win for anybody?
Well, the British did start that one.
Oh, of course.
Well, the Germans very famously did not start World War I. They continued it. They did not start it. That's funny, dude. They were pissed off that people were blaming them for starting it at the time. That's hilarious.
Or won a win for anybody.
Well, the British did start that one.
Oh, of course. The one group that doesn't get the credit they deserve for making the world worse are the Brits.
Oh, wait, did he say the British started that one? Are you fucking kidding me? The British started World War I? What are you smoking? It was, how? I don't even understand the logic of that one. The Archduke Franz Ferdinand was assassinated. They blamed the Serbs. I think there was a Serbian guy that was responsible because they were a minority group in Austria and terribly mistreated. And they used that as an opportunity to crack down hard on the Serbs. And Germany said, hey, you're going to war. I'll take some of that. And they went to war too. So Germany and Austria together, they speak the same language. They're very much like kind of the same country in a lot of ways. Anyway, they went to war together. And dragged in everybody. That's what happened. The British started World War I?
Well, even
I'd like to see more anti-British conspiracy theories on Twitter, personally.
I can listen there.
Don't you love his stupid fucking laugh? He's such an obnoxious moron, dude. I cannot stand Tucker Carlson. If I were him, I would be embarrassed to laugh on air.
Really, their system of manipulation is really the model. But the reason I was going on that long story was just real fast, because I told Kanye this a few years ago. Who cares about your grandfather? But my mom's dad was on one side of his family German, still spoke German. The other side, his mom was like old Texas family up in Dallas. They were wealthy. So they lived next to the inventor of refrigeration. And he worked for him as an apprentice when he was like a teenager. And later he went on to play UT football and then, went and joined the Army Air Corps for World War II. But he knew about the Germans. He wasn't in the Bund in the 30s, but went to some Bund meetings, the German-American Bund.
Yeah.
Hitler was on the radio, Time Magazine, a good guy. They were German. They went and, saw some of it. But towards the end of the war, the inventor of refrigeration, who's like a trillionaire today or $100 billion today, committed suicide. And he was German. And they had his family in Germany, and it sucked all the money out of him during the war and still killed his family at the end of it. So that was the kind of stories I got about Hitler from my grandfather was inside baseball about how the German community in Dallas, the really rich ones that had German family in Germany, Hitler was literally holding them hostage and sucking all the money out of German Americans and then still killing them. Those are firsthand, from family experiences of what Hitler did. And these people that love Hitler have no idea what a monster he was.
Yeah, and I feel like we really missed our chance to exercise genuine American exceptionalism. You can say, in 1941 and say, we're just not for totalitarian systems. We're not going to support, it would have been in 1939. We're not going to do Lend-Lease. We're not going to support your totalitarian system, Joseph Stalin. Sorry. We're not for Hitler. We're not for Stalin. We're America. We're for us.
Well, see, therein lies the problem. Germany declared war on us. Like, we're not supposed to defend ourselves? I don't understand what the logic is here, if not to just defend Hitler. Like, what's the point here? What are you even doing? What's the goal? Have you seen the latest drama with Kevin Sorbo and the RI shooter? Kevin Sorbo did an interview with Newsmax about it. No, I did not see that. If you give me 1 second, I will look that up. Here, let's look it up now. 1 second. Yeah. To the 1 second. Hold on. Okay, I'm just looking for... Actor Kevin Sorbo told Newsmax on Wednesday he's being unfairly scrutinized over his response to one of his social media posts from the shooter involved in Monday's deadly attack during a high school hockey tournament in Rhode Island. I have no idea who this crazy guy was to begin with. Sorbo said on Newsmax, we responded to the reports about the shooter, transgender person identifying as Roberta Dorgando, posting a response to one of his tweets. Sorbo had posted a photograph of Rep. Sarah McBride, the nation's first elected trans member of Congress, referring to her as a man using her birth name, Tim McBride. What is wrong with these people? They're fucking broken inside, dude. And adding community note this if I'm wrong. The shooter, who'd been identified in media reports by law enforcement, responded, keep bashing us, do not wonder why we go berserk. Let me see if I can search it up on their Rumble. Here, Sorbo's tweet drew response from Rhode Island trans shooter. Is there a long one, though? I have not heard about this. Maybe I should talk about it. Let's see.
New details again appearing. I'm just curious of what
factions.
But you pointed to this.
Okay. About this. Let me see if I can find some info on this. Maybe I'll cover it in a second. Sorry, hang on. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about this. Apparently, hang on, let me just blow this up and find a picture of Sorbo to pop up here. Apparently, Kevin Sorbo got into a feud with a trans person who I'm not super clear on. I believe, like, is an attacker, like attacked a school or something. We're going to find out in a second what the deal is with this. We're going to read an article on it. But I want to listen to what Sorbo said. I guess he posted a tweet, and the attacker responded to his tweet.
New details about the alleged trans gunman who opened fire at a youth hockey game, killing 2 people, injuring 3 others.
By the way, this is Newsmax. Don't trust a word out of their mouths.
Turning the gun on himself. Just days before this shooting, that suspect, Robert Dorgan, appearing to become angry after this. Actor Kevin Sorbo writing on X, Tim McBride is a man. Community note this if I'm wrong.
Right. So this is Sarah McBride, our first trans congressman, and this is a scumbag thing to do. He's a piece of shit. Kevin Sorbo is. Why can't you just leave people alone? I don't understand why this is any of your fucking business, and you can't just let people live their lives without harassing and bullying them and treating them like shit. I don't get it.
Alongside a photo of the Delaware Democrat McBride, a biological man identifying as a woman, is indeed a member of Congress. Well, here's where Dorgan comes in. He says this to Sorbo's tweet: keep bashing us, but do not wonder why we go berserk. Actor Kevin Sorbo joining me now. On unfortunate terms, obviously, from what happened, and a sad moment for the family, the friends, and obviously all those that are impacted in that community. But just sticking to the statement that you put on X, and then finding out, I'm just curious of what is running through your mind, finding out that the alleged gunman responded to your post on X about McBride.
Well, I have no idea who this crazy guy was to begin with. I posted that out there because I'm a firm believer in the truth. And
well, he's a firm believer in being a piece of shit that harasses and attacks people for no reason, who did nothing to you. Sarah McBride did nothing to him. He just wants to be a scumbag and succeeds gloriously. So let me just kind of scan through exactly what happened. On Monday, February 17th, 2026, Roberta Dorgan, aged 56, is trans, opened fire during a youth hockey game at Lynch Arena in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. That's evil, obviously. No excuse for that. Full stop. Dorgan killed their ex-wife, Rhonda Dorgan, and their adult son, Aiden Dorgan, and critically injured 3 others. Rhonda's parents, Linda and Gerald Dorgan, and a family friend, Thomas Garuso. Dorgan then died of self-inflicted gunshot wound. Several bystanders heroically rushed the shooter and wrestled him down. Several bystanders historically rushed the shooter and wrestled them to the ground during the attack, likely preventing more casualties. That's what I'm reading about what happened. Here's the background. Dorgan was a trans woman who also went by the names Roberta Esposito and Roberta Dorgano. Dorgan had undergone gender reassignment surgery in 2020, and that same year, Rhonda Dorgan filed for divorce, citing gender reassignment surgery, narcissistic personality disorder traits as grounds. The divorce was finalized in 2021. There had been years of heated family court disputes over Dorgan's identity and its impact on the family. Police described the attack as a targeted family attack, not a random or ideologically motivated mass attack. So it wasn't ideologically motivated. This person was just had a screw loose, basically, is my understanding. The day before the attack, Kevin Sorbo posted on X about trans Representative Sarah McBride, writing something to the effect that McBride is a man and daring the community notes to correct him. Alex Jones replied to the thread saying, "So creepy." Dorgan replied to both of them, "To Sorbo, keep bashing us, but do not wonder why we go berserk." To Jones, "Shut the fuck up, Alex, don't be so butthurt over somebody different. Then wonder why trans people go berserk." Less than 24 hours later, Dorgan carried out the attack. Again, not ideologically motivated. It was just this person was a mess mentally. The right is framing this as part of a pattern of trans shooters and pointing to the Berserk post as evidence that trans ideology leads to violence. They're also connecting it to a mass attack in Tumbler Ridge, Canada, about a week earlier that also involved a trans-identified shooter. However, I want to address that real fast. Hang on. Give me 1 second to find this graph. Is this... There's a specific pie chart that I'm looking for. Here we go. This is the pie chart. Gender identity demographics of mass shooters in the United States between January 1st, 2013 and September 15th, 2025. Approximately 1% of the United States population identifies as trans, but only 0.05% have unconfirmed gender identity, and 0.09% have trans or non-binary gender identity. So trans people are disproportionately, by a lot, less likely to commit a mass attack. It's a nonsensical line of attack against trans people because they're fucking scumbags. The left is pointing out that Dorgan was actually politically right-leaning. The shooter had posted support for Representative Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and had identified as a Trump supporter in 2024 posts. They're also noting that this was fundamentally a domestic violence / family dispute situation, not an ideological attack. The bottom line is this person is just, mentally ill. That's it. And it was not connected to them being trans. They didn't do these things because they're trans or any of that stuff.
And when I put that thing out there about Senator McBride, I said, just tell me how I'm wrong. Because the reality is, she is a male, biological male. It's as simple as that. That guy responded, had no idea until friends were telling me this was going on. And I don't think that was a catalyst to make him go do what he's doing. I mean, why?
Well, no, I don't think so either. But the things that Kevin Sorbo says and does hurt people. They hurt people. I think this person was just mentally ill. I think that's the bottom line. Again, it wasn't about ideology or whatever. I think this is just a family attack. But Kevin Sorbo is actually contributing to people dying, like taking their own lives. He's contributing to the suffering tangibly in people's lives by doing this type of shit. Like, if this was ideologically motivated, I might think that Kevin Sorbo was responsible directly, but I think that this person was just had a screw loose.
Why am I being scrutinized for telling the truth when he should be the one held responsible for his actions? I mean, it's absolutely crazy out there. It's like we're forced to accept mental illness as normal now. And I saw...
He still does not understand that, like, the things that he's saying and doing are directly leading to people's deaths. Does he not realize that?
The interview with his daughter who survived that shooting, and she said right there, for the last 10 years, he's been transitioning, and he's suffering from mental illness. Those are words from his own daughter.
Nobody denied that. I don't understand what point he's making.
Yeah, that was, this was reported. Dorgan underwent gender reassignment surgery in 2020. His ex filed for divorce in 2020 on the grounds of not just that gender reassignment surgery, narcissistic and personality disorder traits, and obviously stated that as well. But just getting back to statements, and the alleged gunman who is deceased responded to you, and it wasn't just you, it was Alex Jones that he responded to again, saying, shut the F up, Alex, don't be so butthurt over somebody different, then wonder why trans people go effing berserk. And he uses that term again. But you pointed to this. Obviously, there's anger, there's frustration by this user in attacking others on the platform. Do you think that mental illness is being mistreated, rather?
I love how they're not talking about the fact that Kevin Sorbo is literally getting people killed today. Like, this is a very tangible example. Again, I think that this is a case of someone having a mental illness, but is what Kevin Sorbo said and did, is that was that the catalyst to something insane happening? Not that it would be justified, but I don't know. But I love how they're blaming the trans person instead of recognizing what's being shoved in their face right now, that Kevin Sorbo is bullying trans people and literally leading to their deaths, and they're just ignoring that completely.
I don't think we're paying attention to it. It's out there. Like I said, why are we accepting it as normal behavior? It's not normal behavior. They're showing over and over again that every time something like this happens and violence happens, we just kind of blow it off. We release these people. They do violent acts. Not just these people. We got illegal aliens. There's so many cases of people have done horrific things, and yet we do nothing about to help them when the problem is they should be.
Yeah, and what are we going to do to help them? Put them in prison? Is that what you're saying? Like, not attackers, but just people? Just trans people? Should they be just sent to prison? Is that what he's saying? I think that's what he's saying.
There should be care for them. There really should be. Look, there's a great George Orwell quote, and he says, in a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And that's such a great, I mean, that was decades and decades ago.
And you're the truth teller, right, Kevin?
And there's so much truth to what he said. And the truth is the most important thing. And people want to sit there and tell us that we should stop telling the truth, which is so weird to me. So it's absurd to me that we even have these conversations. It's absurd we have to have conversations about men and boys competing in women's sports. I mean, the world has got to...
Like, nobody is even having that debate about men competing in women's sports. This is almost not happening at all. I think this happened a few years ago where there was somebody who had been taking HRT for years who competed. And after taking HRT for years, Olympics committees and scientists determined that there is no real difference between a cis woman and this person and a trans woman's physical strength or whatever. There is, in effect, no difference. But again, it doesn't even matter because this isn't happening anymore anyway. They're fighting ghosts that simply aren't there.
Wake up, because it's crazy. And where are the doctors in this discussion? Why are the doctors should be on your show talking about what they've been dealing with this guy over the last 10, 12 years?
These people are fucking scumbags. And even like when it can't be made any more obvious that you are literally leading to people's deaths, you're still refusing to see it. These people are just evil, and they will never connect with reality. They just won't. Like, I feel like I've been holding my breath waiting for them to connect with reality. It's just not going to happen. Tell me what you think in the comments. Fucking vile, dude. Also, hold on. Let me see if I can. I was looking for some way to pull this up, but basically, all right, hold on. I got it. Here you go. These are the statistics. I was looking here. Yeah. So 97.5% are cis men. 2% are cis women. 0.5% are trans. These graphs should tell you all you need to know about the situation. Trans people are far more likely to be victims, is the bottom line. They're just lying, as they do. All right, let's see. Let's finish this. This is almost done, and then we're going to listen to something else real fast.
Like that didn't seem to occur to anybody other than Charles Lindbergh and the majority of the American population that supported that plan, and they've been slandered ever since ever since.
And they kidnapped Lindbergh's baby and all of it to teach him.
Lindbergh, I believe, was an actual full-blown Hitler-loving Nazi.
And so imagine the Russians and the Germans would have just spit each other out.
But that wouldn't have happened. Like, Germany was still going west to take control of, France, and they were going for Britain and everything else.
Exhausted each other. The Soviet Union probably would have fallen. The Nazis would have fallen, I would imagine. We could have gone in there.
The Nazis would have fallen.
With just an expeditionary force at the end of it, cleaned it all up as liberators, but instead we got right in the middle of it.
Yeah, or how about you tell, like, the family...
Yeah, if we do nothing, Germany will just fall.
Like, the moms in this town with their son died fighting alongside Stalin's forces. I mean, really, so hateful. What happened to Kanye? Do you still talk to him?
Anyway, that looks like the end of that section, but that's absolutely insane. Tell me what you think about it in the comments. These people are shameless liars. Disgusting. Okay, cool. Let me just... Do you still talk to Kanye? I was looking for something. What was it? Oh, yeah, Bookforge. Let me pull up the War on Science. The War on Science. Here we are. This is BookForge, my program that I wrote. Audiobook, play, full screen. Wait, where are my chapter markers? Oh, there they are. Okay, they hadn't loaded yet. Let me see which one is most interesting. Hold on. These chapters in anything is most interesting. Yeah, tension. One second. I'm just trying to see which one will be most interesting here. Okay, let's check chapter 14. Who was that one written by? I'm not actually sure. 14. Yes, the ideological subversion of biology. Now let me see. This is an hour long. Damn, that's a pretty long one. Cancel culture. Let's hit cancel culture. This one is 2 minutes only. Interesting. Yeah, cancel culture. Okay, cool. All right, give me a second, actually. I will be right back. I'm going to let it play for just a second. I'm going to go grab something, and then we're going to listen to cancel culture. Whoop. There we are.
Cancel culture.
All right, 1 second.
The past decade has witnessed a new and unfortunate phenomenon. The regular cancellation of faculty, including tenured faculty, who are literally removed from their jobs or put in positions where they need to leave for a host of reasons that infringe upon academic freedom, freedom of speech, and due process. The list is so long that one could literally devote a complete volume to just these instances. It is impossible within the context of this anthology to properly represent all the violations of traditional academic norms, not to mention fairness itself, involved in these cases. Many would seem impossible to believe if they hadn't actually happened. All of them are tragics. Included here are 3 individuals whose reflections illustrate both the depth of the problem and the diversity of circumstances that lead to dismissal or resignation. Francis Widdowson had been a tenured associate professor in the Department of Economics, Justice, and Policy Studies at Mount Royal University in Calgary. The initial offenses that raised the specter of dismissal included the temerity to question both the process of indigenization at her university and the empirical evidence behind the claims of genocide associated with the supposed site of over 200 unmarked graves. Ultimately, her questioning of whether indigenous knowledge was competitive with modern astronomical knowledge led to claims that she was a racist who had created a hostile environment for indigenous faculty and students and, thus, a threat to their safety. Carol Hooven was a beloved lecturer at Harvard who made the mistake of appearing on Fox News to state a biological truth: sex is binaries. For that, she was ultimately hounded out of her department, a loss for all future students at the university. Finally, Christian Ott, a distinguished astrophysicist at Caltech, was forced to resign his tenured position, not for what he said, but for what others claimed about what he did. What makes his case even more poignant is not just the lack of due process and fairness associated with what happened to him at Caltech. Typical of so many recent claims of inappropriate behavior by male faculty at universities, but also the subsequent efforts of numerous activists to distort his case to try and ensure that he could never carry out his research at any subsequent institution.
He left you guys. Is he muted? He's not. He left you guys just out of nowhere. I don't even know where he is. Guys, where did he go? I just got back from school. I got off the bus, brought a package inside for him, and he's gone. I can't believe he abandoned you. That's so mean. How are you guys? I forgot that he had a stream today. I was gonna ask him to drive me to work. Oh, I got a message. Oh, give me 1 second. Is it muted? Can you guys hear me? Dad says it's muted, he thinks. Is it muted? It's not. Yeah, you guys can hear me. We're good. He just texted me, if you're back. He texted me, if you're back, you guys can... You can pause it and talk to them, but I think it's muted. Anyways, miss you co-hosting with Dad. Yeah, I miss co-hosting with him too, but school, work, everything's so busy. And I was gonna stream with him tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure I have therapy tomorrow, so I can't. And then, yeah, and then Friday and Saturday I have work. I work both days. I'm low. I don't know how to turn my volume up, guys. I'll just talk louder. My bad. He left us with the reading bot telling us how academia is too woke. Yeah, guys, stop reading. It's too woke. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, I might join on Sunday. I don't know. I like joining on these streams more because it's less like strict. I don't think that that's the word, but like that's the word I'm gonna go with here. Hey AF0, nice hair. Been away for a bit, so I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I just dyed it. I'm thinking of dyeing it again. I might do like the roots of my hair, like dye my hair black and then just have the roots be like a dark blue. That's what I've always had blue hair. That was the first hair color I did. That's what all of my friends know me as, except for the ones here. So I kind of want to go back to that. I don't know. We'll see. Hi, Alpha Squad or whatever your name is. Hope your dad's okay. AF0. Alpha 40. Yeah. He, I think, is okay. I mean, he just texted me. I don't know. He did abandon you guys, though, so maybe he, like, went off and got kidnapped or something. Blurple, do Blurple. I could do blue and purple. That is technically an option, but I don't know. I wish Owen would dual stream on Twitch on the weekends. Yeah, I think that he could get a lot more views that way as well. But I don't know. He just hasn't done that for some reason. Maybe I'll talk to him about it. I like when he streams on Twitch. It's fun. The woke mob got him. You're right. The pink is cute. Purple. Well, it is purple. It's just faded. I had red for a little bit, so he's back. I hear him. I hear him over there. Oh, he's making food. There he is. You got a package.
I did?
Yep, over there. The woke mob got you, according to chat. You abandoned them, and then the woke mob got you.
That's true.
Also, it was not, in fact, muted.
The woke mafia. No?
Nope. He's opening his package, guys.
I think I know what it is.
Liked his recent post about the guy who made a fake ICE call-in number. I know he showed me that. It was so funny. I watched one of the videos with him. It was hilarious. I love it so much. Someone said that you should stream on Twitch on Sunday as well. Do another dual stream on there. Maybe.
Suppose I haven't thought about it.
Yeah, I think that it would be good. What did he get? I don't know. What'd you get?
My 3DS was broken and I shipped it off to be repaired.
Our
And it's
3DS
been
broke?
Returned. Yeah, it was the 3DS. Yeah. All right, you want to move? You can sit and talk more.
I
but
have to go
wanna
to
sit.
work soon. So I'm going to go eat. Bye, chat. I was going to ask if you can drive me.
Oh, well, I guess you're out of luck, huh?
Technically, you can. You're not going to be streaming until 3.
Sorry, you're on your own. All right. Now, I just want to listen to a couple minutes of this book because I do have other stuff I have to get to. But, yeah. Let's just listen to this for a couple of minutes. Glad I got that 3DS back. It was broken last time I tried to play it, and it sucked. It was super sad. Okay. How far in did we make it? Not very. Let me pull this original book up because I'm... Whoa, hello there. Oh, you're such a good kitty, but you can't be up here. I'm sorry. Let me just find... Hold on. Let me just find the book itself. It was The War on Science... Here it is. I just want to see who wrote this specifically, this chapter. Okay, good. The War on Science, Cancel Culture. Section 3, Cancel Culture. Oh, wait, Cancel Culture is not... Hang on. Yes, okay. Indigenization destroys academic values. The university. Francis Widdowson. Instead of reading a specific chapter, let me find who wrote what chapter, and let's read what they wrote. The War on Science. Okay, here we go. So we've got Francis Widdowson. I don't know who that is. Christian D. Ott. Roger Cohen. Universities as dispensers of parasitic ideas. Spotlight on scientific censorship. The treason of the intellectuals, how ideology threatens to corrupt science. Scientific truth stands above human feelings and politics. Facts don't care about your feelings. Richard Dawkins. You know what? Free speech, victimhood, and ideology. Yeah, you know what? Let's read chapter 1 by Dawkins. Here it is. And it should start somewhere up here, actually, I think. In that year, the introduction and overview. Ministry of... Yes. So we are past this. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not boring you guys to tears. I'm just looking for imposition of ideological constraints in academia. Here we go. This is frustrating. All right. I guess we can start here. Here. Yes. Perfect. Okay. So Richard Dawkins wrote an article in this book, The War on Science, where he blames trans people. He and Lawrence Krauss, Epstein client Lawrence Krauss, blamed trans people for trying to destroy science or some other nonsense. I want to listen to basically the article that Richard Dawkins wrote on this subject. Now, I wrote this program called BookForge because I was a programmer before YouTube and I love like writing software. I text-to-speeched this book and I added subtitles into it and everything. So we're just going to listen to the whole article that Richard Dawkins wrote. Check this out. Whoop.
Free speech, victimhood, and ideology. The imposition of ideological constraints in academia in general and science in particular has a long and ignoble history. In this section, we hear from a diverse group of authors describing historical precedents to our current situation and disturbing current examples of both the dangers of such ideological corruption and its various forms.
So this is the introduction to the section that contains Richard Dawkins' article or whatever. It's called Free Speech, Victimhood, and Ideology. It's so painfully stupid, dude. I'm so disappointed in Richard Dawkins.
The section begins with a wide-ranging essay by Richard Dawkins describing the nature of science and some classic examples of ideology negatively impacting science and society in the former Soviet Union under the combined tyranny of the biologist, Lysenko and Stalin, and then...
Okay, so Richard Dawkins is going to tell us that the United States is like communist Russia, I guess, is what I'm reading from this. I think that this is Epstein client Lawrence Krauss writing this opener to Richard Dawkins' thing. So yeah, Epstein client Lawrence Krauss is giving us this information.
And more recent examples involving modern biology and gender. His arguments presage some of the specific examples discussed by others later in this book. Next, Alan Sokol, whose famous spoof paper in the journal Social...
Actually, let me just jump forward here. This is where it starts. This is Dawkins. Whoop.
Scientific truth stands above human feelings and politics.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Richard Dawkins. There once was a man who said God must think it exceedingly odd if he finds that this tree continues to be when there's no one about in the quad. Ronald Knox.
Psst, quit it! Cat! No! Sorry, there's a cat chewing up the couch.
Satirizing Bishop Berkeley, intelligent extraterrestrial beings ever visit us. What common ground shall we find for conversation? Science, of course. Overwhelmingly science. Very probably nothing but science and mathematics. Our other preoccupations will be too alien to them or too parochial to arouse their interest, and vice versa. The aliens will revere their equivalents of Newton and Einstein, of Planck and Heisenberg's. They'll have the Pythagorean theorem. They'll have computed in their own notation, of course, pi and the other great constants of mathematics and physics. They'll have the atomic theory. They'll recognize the same list of elements as we do, and will group them into their equivalent of our periodic table. It's less obvious, but I stick my neck out and maintain that they'll also revere their Darwin, for I have argued that some version of evolution by natural selection is the only way intelligence can come into being anywhere in the universe.
I agree, absolutely. Evolution is the only way intelligence could come to be, for sure.
Let's bend over backward to concede that their biological nature may be more strange than we can imagine. They may be clouds of gas, pulsating amorphous lumps of jelly, or swarms of distributed mentality, rather than solid bodies such as we animals would recognize as living. But they'll still be products of a form of Darwinian evolution, or artifacts ultimately made by products of Darwinian evolution. And their science will be recognizable as, or will include, though probably surpassing, the science of Newton, Maxwell, Einstein, Schrödinger, Mendeleev, and others of our scientific pantheon. If they didn't have at least that level of physics and mathematics, they wouldn't be capable of getting here. Over the entrance to Plato's Academy was inscribed, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here." A rather deplorable slogan, a snobbish barrier to learning, an education filter. But there is a cosmic filter and a slogan that needs no displaying at the threshold of any planet. No one ignorant of science and mathematics can enter our gravity well, because they'd be incapable of climbing out of their own.
Right, okay. So they're definitely going to have mathematics sufficiently advanced enough to communicate with us, or they wouldn't be able to get out of their own gravity well. Got it.
Would our alien visitors revere their own Freud or Marx, to name two Terrans sometimes touted as Darwin's equals? To say the least, you'd have an uphill struggle arguing that they would. As for
Wait, you don't think that they would have a concept of psychology or economics? Is that what he's saying? You don't think that they would respect or revere economics, their own economics figures?
honoring their own Foucault or Derrida, their own Judith Butler or Ibram X. Kendi, the idea is a mirthless joke. Parochial ephemera such as systemic racism, decolonizing the curriculum, or cultural appropriation will be beneath their notice.
I find that fascinating. So Richard Dawkins is arguing that they're going to live in a perfect culture. If aliens visit us, they will be from a perfect culture that does not have discrimination, that doesn't have inferior or superiors or any of that. That is a tall claim, dude. You really don't think that they're going to have, like, disagreements on economics or anything?
As trivial, as meaningless, as futile as the proverbial angels pirouetting on a pinhead? All this is just to say that science is, or incrementally approaches, universal truth, subspecie eternitatis, truth for all time and all space. Unlike gender studies, media studies, women's studies, black studies, white studies, Mickey Mouse studies, science is not parochial or ephemeral, not limited to one dot in the universe, one species, or one meager span of history.
Culture and economics are not limited to Earth. It's a tall claim to think that it is. That feels like the height of hubris, that we are unique in our economic struggles or experiences or whatever. What a wild thing to say.
Moreover, science advances as the centuries, decades, years, weeks go by in ways that cannot be said of theology, philosophy, sociology, or, I think, any other academic discipline.
I can agree that I don't think it's reasonable to assume that they're going to have their own gods. But to say they won't have their own economic system? How can he say that?
Even the glories of Shakespeare, Beethoven, and Michelangelo, profound though they may be, soul-enriching, as they are, to put it mildly, are like a fine wine that doesn't travel and doesn't age well, at least on the cosmic scale of time and space.
I can even see him claiming that aliens won't have music. I think that could feasibly be human. Music. Like, it's part of our society. It's something that we evolved to appreciate. But Richard Dawkins saying that aliens will not have an economics system or a society, that is a wild thing to say, seriously.
LIGO detecting gravitational waves smaller than the width of a proton, cracking the DNA code, the prediction and then detection of the Higgs boson, vaccination, the soft landing on a comet, the mission to Pluto, the periodic table.
Sometimes it repeats itself, but I think overall this TTS is pretty decent, right?
The recognition that evolution, by non-random survival, is the process that made us. These are achievements for which every member of that extraordinary species, Homo sapiens, can stand proud. Not just in our knowledge of science, but also in the methods by which we acquire it. Those methods, too, are likely to be universal, not confined to our one planet. I shall not here revisit the great works of scientific epistemology and the scientific method. Instead, I'll come down to earth with the humble double-blind trial as an exemplar embodiment of the spirit of science.
You know, like, if aliens... I'm sorry, I know I'm interrupting a lot, but if aliens have mathematics and science if they have advanced math and science, then they by necessity must have some way of communicating and working together, right? As a group to figure this stuff out. And if they come together and work as a group, then they must have group dynamics that exist, group agreements that they've come to. They must have a motivation to do this, which tells me there's got to be some kind of an economic factor here and a social factor. I'm sorry, that's just wild for Richard Dawkins to claim there won't be psychology or economics in an alien system. It's not safe to assume that those things will exist. What?
Particular, science's respect for objective evidence and its suspicion of subjective or ideological bias. Medical researchers, when testing a new drug, insist that neither the doctors handing out the pills nor the patients receiving them are allowed an inkling of which pills are the placebo and which are the drug under trial.
Right, double blind.
If a patient knew that his pills were, or were not, the experimental drug, it could influence his health psychosomatically. If a doctor knew which pill she was handing out, her manner could betray it to the patient. If a researcher could keep track of the way the results of the experiment were turning out, he might be tempted to terminate it prematurely when it seemed to be going his way.
Right, okay.
Even with no cheating, the outside world can never be totally persuaded by the experiment unless it is scrupulously controlled. The double-blind control trial is the gold standard, even if, in particular cases, you can't implement it. It stands for the exclusion of feelings, subjective impressions, lived experience, and the pernicious notion that your truth is different from my truth, and everyone's truth is equally valid.
Okay, I don't know of anybody on the left that says that. Your truth and my truth are equally valid. I mean, is he just like making this up, or?
The only fully reliable truth is the truth supported by objective, publicly inspectable evidence. A young woman of my acquaintance gave up her social science course in despair and switched to another university where she could study medicine and science. The last straw was the social anthropology lecturer who said, "The beauty of our subject is that when two of us look at the same data, we come to opposite conclusions." I once had an argument with a social anthropologist who said, approximately, as a Western scientist, you look at the moon and see a lump of rock obeying Newton's laws some 240,000 miles away. But if there are tribal people who believe the moon is an old cooking pot tossed into the sky, not far above the treetops, their belief is equally true. You believe what you believe because you are a West.
I'm sorry, who said this? He said he had an argument with a social anthropologist who said this. I'm sorry, I don't believe you. Are you going to give us a name? He's told versions of this for decades, apparently. He's describing cultural relativism taken to an extreme, sometimes called epistemic relativism or strong social constructivism. The position he's describing is real and does exist in some corners of social anthropology. The idea comes from a methodological principle in anthropology called cultural relativism, which in its useful form just means try to understand a culture on its own terms before judging it from the outside. That's a reasonable research approach. You'll get better ethnography if you're not immediately dismissing everything through your own cultural lens. Okay, so it's critical examination is what I'm reading then, because critical examination, that exists in all kinds of areas. There's critical race theory, critical feminist theory. There's all kinds of critical theory, and the idea is you approach the law through a lens of race, fully through a lens of race. Everything is racial. To try to understand it from other perspectives. That's the point. That's the idea. It's not how you should approach life or the law in every context. It's just when you're trying to learn and interpret it in law school that they give you this class about racial theory or feminist theory or whatever. I don't see what's wrong with that. But, you know, it's Richard Dawkins, so I guess he's going to try to portray, he's committing a composition fallacy. He's talking about something people learn in law school at best to try to understand different perspectives better. And he's pretending that the left, quote unquote, is responsible for this and that everybody on the left believes it. That's nonsense.
Western scientist. But your truth is no more true than their truth. No, 1,000 times no. An anthropologist may need to respect how the tribe's beliefs about the moon fit the rest of their culture. They have a coherent worldview in which everything hangs together, including the belief that the moon is not far above the trees. But however mutually coherent and consistent their beliefs, they may still be simply false.
Yes, that's correct. Nobody disagrees with that. Everybody recognizes that the moon is not hanging from a tree or whatever the fuck. Everyone knows that. No one has ever argued in the scientific community that we need to believe that these groups are correct. This is an anthropological approach to understanding other cultures, not changing your scientific beliefs. He is so full of shit. He has to know this is part of the scientific method, right? He must know that.
The moon is a cooking pot. Theory is not a different kind of truth, not just a different way of knowing. It's false. By all means, sympathize with different cultural beliefs. By all means, study them as an anthropologist or a historian. But where facts are concerned, there is only one way to determine their truth or falsehood. And
okay, this isn't about studying facts, is the problem. Think about it this way. Imagine you are studying Galileo's culture from the 1500s, and you're trying to understand what the Catholic Church was going to do and their reasons for doing it and everything else. It's totally reasonable to approach everything assuming that the sun revolves around the earth. Approach every problem. Read every book assuming the sun revolves around the earth. Study people's biographies and everything else to try to put yourself in the shoes of those people experiencing this stuff. It's an anthropological method of trying to understand the way other people viewed the world and experienced things or whatever. That's what that is. And he's claiming that people believe the earth is hanging from a tree, or the moon is hanging from a tree or something. What the fuck?
And that's to examine the evidence. The best way we know to evaluate evidence is the scientific method. If a better method comes along, science will adopt it. Science is the jewel in humanity's crown. We have every right to take pride in it. But pride as we uncover nature's truths should be tempered by humility in their contemplation. The facts of science were facts long before there were humans to discover them. And they will continue to be facts long after our species has gone extinct.
Absolutely.
Long after any brains exist to remember us. The facts to which science aspires are true, not just here and now for us to see, but through all time and through every distant reach of the universe where there are not, nor ever will be, eyes to see them.
Yes, 100%. I agree. is somebody arguing against that? Like, what scientist disagrees with that position, that the moon really does hang on a tree or whatever?
This essay discusses two examples of vain hubris in the face of the eternal and universal verities of science. Both elevate humanity in a kind of species-level solipsism, updated echoes of the philosophy satirized in my epigraph on Bishop Berkeley. First, a disgraceful Russian episode in which mere politics was elevated over scientific truth. In the Soviet Union, in 1930s and 40s, an ignorant science denier managed to gain the ear of one supremely powerful man, with the result that Russian, and later Chinese, food production was set back half a century, with tragic consequences for millions of people.
Is he referring to that time that I believe Mao instructed people to kill all sparrows and it just wreaked havoc on everything? I'm not sure if that's what he's talking about here.
Marxist-Leninist theory was dictatorially assumed to outrank genetics. And second, there's the postmodern hubris, which presumptuously and falsely dismisses science as a mere social construct.
Science as a social construct.
Come to this in the second half of my essay. Specifically, the ridiculous claim that we can override science and choose our own sex from a spectrum. The human can...
Okay, nobody believes they can choose their own sex from a spectrum. He specifically, notice, used the word sex and not gender intentionally, it seems to me. He used the word sex, not gender. Gender is socially... Gender is our understanding of who we are in the world, and sex is the biological reality behind it. So he's saying people believe that they can choose their own sex. No, nobody believes that. Nobody believes that they can change the chromosomes in their body right now. Maybe one day. But people certainly can change their gender.
Seat here is the idea that personal feelings can change reality.
Nobody believes personal feelings can literally change the physical chromosomal makeup. Like, why is he straw manning these positions? Why doesn't he steel man them? Why doesn't he treat this honestly? This is fabricated.
I shall not deal with religious faith in detail. I have done so in the God delusion and outgrowing God. But I'll just mention in passing that it provides a third significant example of the elevation of human feelings over scientific truth. The exciting hypothesis that the universe was designed by a massive creative intelligence deserves to be considered on its scientific merits, and I think rejected. But more relevant to this essay is the contention that religious faith is validated by its power to give comfort, psychological succor, or consolation to depressed, bereaved, or frightened humans. I recently had a public discussion with a dear friend, previously a stalwart atheist, who had suddenly announced her conversion to Christianity.
Wow, that's wild.
She gained the sympathy of the audience, including me, by her revelation that Christian prayer had pulled her out of an episode of deep, near-suicidal depression. When asked whether she really believed Christian doctrines, her reply was, "I choose to believe." But
it's not something you believe or choose to believe. Let me rephrase. It's not something you choose to believe. It's a conclusion that you reach. The religious question is a conclusion that you reach. It's either, something that you accept or that you don't accept. And I have not come to the conclusion that it's true. It's not something I can just choose to up and believe one day because I want to. That's just not how the world works, obviously.
While sympathetic, I couldn't help pointing out that I am comforted by believing X is true does not logically imply X is true. To paraphrase Steven Pinker, you may choose to believe...
Oh, wait, are we talking about Epstein client Steven Pinker? Is that the Steven Pinker to whom you're referring? The one who is all over the Epstein files, that Steven Pinker? I'm just checking, making sure it's the same guy.
The tiger pursuing you is a rabbit, but your chosen belief, no matter how fervent, cannot alter the brute fact that the brute is a tiger, as you will soon painfully discover. But I'll say no more on this, and we'll switch to the first of my two major examples of human hubris in the face of objective reality: the elevation of politics over scientific truth.
So they released this book, I believe, shortly before or after Donald Trump won his election. Christian nationalists had been working on destroying the scientific field for a while at this point when this book came out. And instead of focusing on the fact that Christian nationalists are trying to take over the fucking government and succeeding, they chose to attack trans people, of all things. Great plan. I hope that gets you far.
The Lysenko disaster. Do you remember writing in your diary, "Freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 make 4"? How many fingers am I holding up, Winston? 4. And if the party says there are not 4 but 5, then how many? 4. The word ended in a gasp of pain. George Orwell, 1984. Hitler and Stalin both professed respect for science, but both were profoundly anti-scientific in their outlooks. Hitler's theory of race was scientifically ridiculous, as well as being unspeakably cruel, while Stalin threw his weight behind the spiteful chicanery of the charlatan Trofim Denisovich Lysenko, 1898. 1976, with disastrous consequences for Soviet and later Chinese agriculture.
Yeah, that's true. I know a lot about Hitler and his connection to like science and what he believed and things like that.
In what follows, I shall be quoting from a book that Lysenko produced in 1949. Its bland and pedestrian title, The Situation in Biological Science, belies its sinister content. In English translation, it's the proceedings of a 1948 Moscow conference on Soviet agricultural science. Its pages are innocent of scientific evidence, but heavy on ideology and political slogans, filled with praise for neo-Lamarckian Maturism, while denouncing...
I've never heard it. Neo-Lamarckian Maturism, while denouncing Mendelism, Morganism, Weismannism. Okay.
Mendelism, Morganism, Weismannism.
Oh boy, it kind of went off the rails there. Sorry. TTS is not perfect, but it's pretty decent, I think.
Mendelism, Morganism, Weismannism was Lysenko's disparaging name for what we would call genetics. Gregor Mendel, 1822, 1884, 1945, showed that they are linearly arranged in linkage groups, which physically correspond to the chromosomes. August Weismann, 1934. 1914 argued for the separation of the germline, which passes longitudinally down the generations from the mortal soma, which does not. This view, the very antithesis of Lamarck's inheritance of acquired characteristics, is supported by all available evidence. And Maturism? Ivan Vladimirovich Maturin, 1855. 1935 was a gifted gardener who successfully bred a large number of new fruit varieties. He practiced and improved artificial selection and hybridization techniques. His methods didn't violate any principles of Mendelian genetics, although the scientifically illiterate Maturin wouldn't have known one way or the other. It is not clear to me why Lysenko used Maturin as the patron saint of his peculiar neo-Lamarckian ideas. No theorist, he just had green fingers and loved his plants. We should probably think of Maturinism as nothing more than a sloganeering label of the kind that ideologues wave about in the absence of any coherent meaning, like dialectical materialism or postmodernism. Perhaps Lysenko felt he couldn't get away with Lysenkoism, and so grafted his theories to Maturin's name. much as Michelin himself might have grafted a new cultivar to an existing apple stock without really understanding what he was doing. Lysenko was an ambitious ignoramus who rejected genes and chromosomes while knowing nothing about them. A British botanist, Sidney Harland, 1891. 1982, spent several hours with Lysenko and found him completely ignorant of the elementary principles of genetics and plant physiology. To talk to Lysenko was like trying to explain the differential calculus to a man who did not know the 12 times table. Not a smidgen of scientific evidence could be adduced to support Lysenko in his Lamarckian campaign against genetics, chromosomes, and Weizmann, and his vilification of the great plant geneticist Nikolai Ivanovich Vavilov, 1887. 1943.
So it sounds like Vavilov lived from 1887 to 1943, but he was Stalin's pet.
But he was Stalin's pet, and Stalin was not interested in evidence, only political ideology. Lysenko owed his early ascendancy to his discovery, actually rediscovery, for the phenomenon was already known, that plants can change in response to environmental stress. For example, cold can induce them to flower, a process whose English name is vernalization. Where Lysenko went wrong, and it was a very big wrong, was his firm belief that such vernalization was inherited by future generations. Some kind of memory of their old experience was supposed to be passed on. This neo-Lamarckian theory directly contradicts everything we know, and everything that was known at the time.
So he's saying in the Soviet Union there were a lot of people who had very incorrect beliefs about things, and people were afraid to speak up about it because Stalin believed otherwise, and there was like a politicized scientific culture. Is that what he's trying to communicate? Okay. I have no issue with that.
About genetics. Indeed, Lysenko vocally despised genetics and what he called the chromosome theory. His nonsense would have died a natural death had it not conformed to Soviet ideology and the quasi-religious Marxist faith in the indefinite improvability and malleability of man, which goes with a general suspicion of genetics. If science contradicts political ideology, science has to be wrong. Weizmannian inviolability of the germplasm must not be allowed to impede society's upward march to the glorious proletarian future.
You know the problem here? Richard Dawkins is making the claim that he was talking to an anthropologist. He told this story about an anthropologist at the start of this chapter who explained to him how she approaches the scientific method when she's learning about other cultures. And he says that's wrong. That's incorrect. I disagree. I'm sorry, Richard, but you're not an anthropologist. You have no place to tell people who are in the field if they're wrong about their field. Like, I don't get how he doesn't understand the concept of, I don't know everything about this field. In fact, I know fucking nothing about this field, but I'm going to disagree with the scientists and the science anyway. Like, that's what he's doing. He's disagreeing with the science and the scientists, and then blaming me for disagreeing with him, who is a scientist. Are you the ultimate source of truth for anthropology? Yeah, Soviet Russia was bad, and they were fucking ridiculous, and so was Nazi Germany. You know, Einstein came up with his theory of relativity during the Nazi movement, and he was a Jewish guy who emigrated from Germany for his own safety. And you know what Hitler did? He made fun of, well, not Hitler, but the Nazis and the Nazi newspapers made fun of Einstein for creating the theory of relativity and said that it would be known as Einstein's folly and all this other shit. Yeah, dictatorships keep a strong grip on the scientific method and what scientists study and stuff. What does this have to do with like science in the United States today outside of Christian nationalism, which is actually trying to do that? What does this have to do with the left?
With such impeccable Marxist-Leninist credentials, Lysenkoism caught the attention of Joseph Stalin. Consequently, Lysenko became a star of Russian science. He was eventually granted supreme power over Soviet agronomy and agricultural policy, with disastrous results. Although it's impossible to say for sure, Trofim Lysenko probably killed more human beings than any individual scientist in history.
I think that's an absolutely fucking absurd thing to say. I would argue that the guy who decided to add lead to gasoline was probably the guy who killed the most organisms in human history. The scientist who killed the most organisms in human history, including humans. That is ridiculous for him to have even said that, but okay.
Other dubious scientific achievements have cut thousands upon thousands of lives short. Dynamite, poison.
You're not even going to mention leaded gasoline in this? Really?
Yes, atomic bombs. But Lysenko, a Soviet biologist, condemned perhaps millions of people to starvation through bogus agricultural research, and did so without hesitation. Only guns and gunpowder, the collective product of many researchers over several centuries, can match such carnage.
I completely disagree. Again, what about leaded gasoline? What about leaded paint that has lead? What about leaded pipes? Like, all of this stuff came from scientists. What about the fossil fuel industry? I'm sorry, this is just a stupid fucking thing to say.
9. The infection of Lysenkoism spread to China, again presumably because of its resonance with Marxist theology. As a part of Mao's Great Leap Forward, an effort to jumpstart every sector of China's economy and industry, the mistakes of collectivization and Lysenkoism were mimicked to the letter. The failure of these efforts was predictable, but the scale of the destruction wrought in China surpassed that of even the Holocaust. Between 1959 and 1961, as many as 45 million Chinese people died as a result of starvation, malnutrition, illness, and injury, after the country's farms were wrecked by Lysenko's crackpot ideas. This period of time would become known as the Great Chinese Famine.
Well, I can appreciate that he's, attributing it to bad scientific practice, which is what it was, rather than attributing it to just Mao killing people, because that's what a lot of people like to do. It wasn't Mao killing people. It was Mao being an ideologue and not understanding agriculture and getting people killed through bad policy.
Lysenko was not just unscientific. He was overbearingly dictatorial with it, his hectoring approach to science, and his toadying to Stalin and Lenin, is evident in almost every sentence of his opening speech to the 1948 conference, said to have been edited in advance by Stalin himself. 11 thus, comrades, as regards the theoretical line in biology, Soviet biologists hold that the Mishrin principles are the only scientific principles. The Weizmannists and their followers who deny the heritability of acquired characters are not worth dwelling on at too great length.
So I feel like he's trying to draw a parallel here and make it out as though the left is doing this exact thing in the United States and trying to alter science to fit their beliefs, but that's not happening at all. Like, what scientific stuff, what scientific article has been peer-reviewed and affirmed as accurate that is not accurate? That was politically motivated? I'm not even sure what he's bitching about here, honestly.
The future belongs to Mishrin. Applause. By Lenin and J.B. Stalin discovered 4 Mishrin and made his teaching the possession of the Soviet people.
That's V.I. Lenin and J.V. Stalin.
Their great paternal attention to his work, they saved for biology the remarkable Masurin teaching. Our academy must work to develop the Masurin teaching. In this, it ought to follow the personal example of concern for the work of 4 Masurin shown by our great teachers. Vi Lenin and J.V. Stalin, loud applause.
So I think this is probably a quote, and it's sticking random numbers and words in there and stuff because it was from an original source, I'm assuming.
Lysenko's speech contains ominous swipes at Russian scientists who still dared to follow what we would think of as genetics. Speeches by others sycophantically echoed Lysenko's wanton intrusion of political ideology into science. Offering political slogans in place of scientific data, the only correct theory, the one capable of illuminating the path of practical agronomy, is the Masurin-Lysenko theory. I cannot refrain from telling you of a curious incident which occurred in our college. Docent Platonov, who was originally recommended by Professor J. Brack, delivers his course to his students in a manner which caused the students to protest. Thereupon, the dean of the faculty, Professor Orgolnik, asked Platonov to come and see him, and requested him to revise his position. In reply, the director received a lengthy missive from Platonov, in which he wrote in substance as follows: I shall give my course as I gave it hitherto, and just try to stop me. Speech by N. Belenki, P99. Well done, Platonov. I hope he came to no harm. This anecdote chillingly foreshadows contemporary incidents where American students complain, often successfully, to their dean that a professor should be suspended because his lectures make them feel unsafe.
Okay, now we're getting to the meat of it. When did this happen? Who did this? He's claiming that students are complaining to deans to get professors fired for what? And who was successful at this in your mind? What are you talking about?
The roar of guns on the battlefields had not yet ended. The loyal sons of the Soviet people were still shedding their blood in defense of our country's honor. Freedom and independence, and the toilers at home, while helping the front, were at the same time rebuilding wrecked towns and villages, factories and mills, but representatives of the Mendel-Morgan trend in biology were busy solving so extremely important a problem as ascertaining the number and ratio of the fruit fly populations. Speech by P.F. Plazetsky. The gratuitous sarcasm in that last sentence was born partly from disdain for orthodox geneticists, notably including Morgan himself, for whom fruit flies were a favorite experimental subject.
I find it interesting that Dawkins chose to talk about this because I happen to know a lot about this specific subject, about, what's his name? Thomas Hunt Morgan. And he was doing studies on fruit flies because they believed that eugenics was real. This is a eugenics study. Thomas Hunt Morgan quit his job at Columbia University because he recognized that eugenics is a scientific dead end, that it's nonsense and it's not real, and the world is more complicated than that, basically. I think it's really interesting that he's talking about Morgan as though he was accurate about things. I mean, I guess Morgan was accurate about things and quit his position because eugenics was being studied and they weren't listening to him when he said that it was ridiculous nonsense.
And partly from the view that all genetic research should be directed towards agricultural productivity, not frivolous academic pursuits. Pravda had said things similar in 1927 when praising Lysenko earlier in his career.
Pravda, of course, is the Russian newspaper that means truth, and it's basically a propaganda paper.
As paraphrased in Peter Pringle's book, Here was a young barefoot scientist, a practical researcher who had not attended a university, who did not toil in a laboratory away from the land studying the hairy legs of flies, but went to the root of things. 13 counting hairs on Drosophila legs was what geneticists outside Russia were well known to do. Seen through the eyes of an ignorant ideologue, what could be more academic, less likely to lift Soviet productivity to the utopian heights of a worker's paradise? Even Vavilov's renowned collection of plants and seeds from all over the world was seen as too academic.
Dude, Dawkins has some weird thing against communists. Like, yeah, communism didn't work in the Soviet Union, if for no other reason than because... I'm sorry, there's a really loud car outside. Because it wasn't exactly communism, it was military communism, which is like more complicated than regular communism. But anyway, it was an authoritarian structure. And we just, you know, authoritarian structures just aren't unstable and will break down. That's just kind of the nature of things. But I find it really odd how kind of obsessively opposed to communism generally he is, and how he uses it as like an eternal boogeyman, just like conservatives do. It's really odd.
In 1931, a rival agronomist, Alexander Kohl, publicly attacked Vavilov on the grounds that his work on the centers of origin of plants has now replaced Six Lenin's revolutionary task of invigorating the Soviet farmland with new plants. The obsession with immediate practical results dominated Soviet agricultural science through Stalin's imperious demands for dramatic improvements in food production in an impossibly short time. Lysenko cashed in on this by making promises that couldn't possibly be fulfilled, but which appealed to Stalin. Bravo, Comrade Lysenko, bravo, Joseph Stalin, Feb. 14, 1935. 14 one after another, the delegates rose to cheer on Lysenko and denounce the incorrect heresy of Mendelism, Morganism, Weismannism. And so too Lysenko's concluding statement for the whole conference. One can almost hear his yells echoing through the hall, inviting thunderous applause and, of course, the inevitable standing ovation. Progressive biological science owes it to the geniuses of mankind. Lenin and Stalin, that the teaching of form Mesherin has been added to the treasure house of our knowledge, has become part of the gold fund of our science. Applause, long live the Mesherin teaching, which shows how to transform living nature for the benefit of the Soviet people. Applause.
So I think it's reading like from something that happened like at an event at the Soviet conference or whatever.
Long live the party of Lenin and Stalin, which discovered Mesherin for the world, applause, and created all the conditions for the progress of advanced materialist biology in our country. Applause. Glory to the great friend and protagonist of science, our leader and teacher, Comrade Stalin. All rise, prolonged applause. This, I repeat, is not how one does science. Science proceeds through the dispassionate evaluation of evidence, not by yelling political slogans, slavishly proclaiming political loyalty, and denouncing heresies. At the end of the book are a few sad little statements from heretics, groveling apologies reminiscent of Galileo's forced retraction under threat from the Inquisition. When I leave this session, the first thing I must do is to review not only my attitude towards the new Mesherinian science, but my entire earlier activity. I call upon my comrades to do likewise. From tomorrow on, I shall not only myself, in all my scientific activity, try to emancipate myself from the old reactionary Weismann-Morganian views, but shall try to reform and convince all my pupils and comrades by Alacanian. I admit that the position I held was wrong. A sleepless night helped me to think over my behavior.
So it sounds like this dude at a Soviet conference chose to defy Stalin in the name of scientific truth, and Richard Dawkins views himself that same way. Am I reading this correctly? As we know, Richard Dawkins is one of the most heroic, persecuted people on planet Earth. So that makes sense. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. This dude is insane. This is really sad. All right, I'm getting out of here. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's been fun, and I will talk to you tomorrow, okay?